Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy blessing upon this Parliament, direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of Thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, for ever and ever. Amen. Okay, we'll get underway. I present the Presiding Officer's statement regarding the condition of Parliament House. And as always on a Monday, I call the member for Flynn to present the Petitions Committee's report on petitions and ministerial responses.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the 32nd report of the Petitions Committee for the 46th Parliament, together with 2 petitions and 21 ministerial statements in responses to petitions previously presented. In contrast to last week's presentation, which had 153 petitions, this presentation we only have 2. It's because of the combination of the sitting week pattern and the 4-week period that e-petitions are open to collect signatures. Means that only one paper petition with handwritten signatures are being presented today. The committee meets each Wednesday that the House sits to consider and certify petitions, and at other times when there is a long break between sittings. Paper petitions are provided to the committee for certifications with signatures already collected and can therefore be presented at the next opportunity, whereas presentations of certified e-petitions cannot occur until the signatures collection period has passed. There are currently 163 e-petitions open for collecting signatures. They were certified by the committee at the meeting held over the past 4 weeks and will be presented when the House sits next in November. Another large presentation of petitions is expected at that time, on behalf of many Australians who created and signed in support the important matters which each petition concerns. Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I look forward to updating the House on the work of the committee. Thank you.
And I call the clerk.
Committee and delegation business. Number 1, Standing Committee on Tax and Revenue.
And I call the member for McKellar.
Mr Speaker, it is very good to see you this morning. On behalf of the Standing Committee on Tax, on behalf of the Committee on Tax and Revenue, I present the committee report entitled "The Development of the Australian Corporate Bond Market: A Way Forward," together with the minutes of proceedings.
And the member for McKellar may proceed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Your generosity and kindness is renowned throughout the land. Mr Speaker, I know this will be the most important thing we do in this House today. Now, not that the glass up in level 2 will realise that, or the media will report it, or that this will lead on television news tonight. But the corporate bond market and the retail segment of it remains critical to the future of Australians, of Australian companies, of Australia's economy, and for those Australians who are at this moment considering retiring. The reason I say this is because when you look at the Australian economy, it has many fine qualities, but the one thing that it misses most of all is a degree of risk or venture capital. So you can borrow money to buy a car, you can borrow money to buy a house, indeed you can even delay payment on a pair of shoes or a dress these days. I'm not critical of any of those things, as I am in the care of a teenage daughter at the moment, and I realise how important they all are. But for us to grow our economy, we need our businesses to have access to risk capital in this country. Too many good ideas in our nation are funded by taxpayers through the university system, through R&D, grants and concessions in our tax system, and just as they are getting ready to become commercially viable and successful ventures, they leave our shores for the primary reason of seeking capital in other countries that have access to risk capital. So when you look at Atlassian, for example, it was funded generously by the Australian taxpayer. But when the point came that they were to become a successful commercial entity, they had to list on the NASDAQ in North America and then list on the London Stock Exchange. The reason for this is we don't have enough risk capital in Australia. The bond market, retail corporate bond market, can help fix that problem. It also, when you look at Australia, we have all the necessary blocks in place to be a major global centre for the bond market. We have a large pool of savings. We have a common law system of justice and governance through our court system that is both well understood and is not biased or discretionary. And most of all, we have a large number of skilled workers in this country and well-developed market systems, whether it be the Australian Stock Exchange or other type market mechanisms that make bond markets so successful in the rest of the world. And finally is the demographics. Too many Australians find themselves having to invest as they get to the age of 55 plus. I mean, that's really old, Mr Speaker, as you know. Once you reach 55, that becomes a very old age. And at that point, you start thinking of retirement. You start thinking of how to live out those twilight years of your life. And it is important at that point in time that you have access to investments that can continue to give you a steady stream of income, but do not have the downside of, let's say, Bitcoin or the Australian Stock Exchange. So it is important that we have these sort of assets available for those Australians who are about to commence or about to go into their retirement years. What are the blockages? Well, given that we are so well set up for these things, the blockage are all in the regulators. There is a form of tax that needs to be reformed by this parliament, but ASIC's active disinterest and discouragement in a retail corporate bond market, I think, verges on really a derogation of their duty. And Treasury's inability and refusal to look at this area also is extremely disappointing and a disservice to the Australian people. When you look across the ditch in New Zealand, they undertook the reforms that our report is advocating. New Zealand, a much smaller nation than ours, without the structural advantages that our economy has a larger, broader, deeper, more liquid bond market than Australia does. This is unacceptable at any level. Finally, the chance for us to make this work is long overdue. It gives new meaning to the word urgent. So I would like to thank the Secretariat for all their help and assistance on this, especially during COVID when all of the hearings were done online. I'd like to thank the member for Kingsford Smith who came up with the catchy title to this report, which I know will live on long after I've stopped speaking. And most of all, I would like to thank the Parliament for making this investigation possible. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
And I give the call to the member for Kingsford Smith.
Thanks, Speaker. I seek leave to make some short comments regarding the report.
There being no objection to leave being granted, the member for Kingsford Smith may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. I also join with the chair of this committee, Mr Falinsky, in commending the report to the Parliament. And Mr Falinsky is right. Australia doesn't have enough of an appetite for risky investment in this country, and we have a fairly weak corporate bond market by comparison with other nations. A corporate bond, of course, is a debt security. It's issued by entities to finance their business operations. And unlike equity, it doesn't dilute corporate ownership or ownership of the company. It's riskier than government bonds, and that's typically because it relies on the solvency of the company into the future. And the compensation, if you like, for the riskier nature is the offer of a higher coupon payment. In terms of the Australian market, in 2019-20, the value of bonds issued by Australian corporate entities, both domestically and offshore, was $1.7 trillion. Now, most of that is held by large superannuation funds, about $60 billion worth of it. But 95% of it is issued domestically to wholesale investors who have to be registered with APRA and are known as sophisticated investors. There's very little to no offering to retail investors through the ASX, and one of the reasons for that is that there is a complicated regulatory process that companies have to go through in terms of disclosure, offering a prospectus before they can get onto the ASX, and it has to be registered with ASIC, and that's one of the factors that the committee's identified as a barrier to more corporate bonds being issued here in Australia. So less than 1% of corporate bonds held in Australia are owned by private investors, less than 1%. Compare that to the United States, which we all know has that entrepreneurial, that investment ethos and culture, where 20% of corporate bonds are held by private investors. So there's a big difference. Even New Zealand has a much more liquid and deeper corporate bond market than Australia. Is this something that we should be trying to encourage? Well, the committee is of the view that we should. And the reason is, if you have more options for investment, then you diversify that risk and you increase competition, there are better deals available, and ultimately you grow the pool of investment funds that are available that hopefully spurs entrepreneurship, start-ups and investment in new jobs and new opportunities in this country. So what are the problems that the committee's identified? Well, there's certainly a lack of awareness and understanding about how the corporate bond market works for retail investors in Australia, and that comes down to a lack of information and a lack of confidence. There are market access barriers. The minimum parcel and size of of bonds that can be issued is $500,000. So most are not traded on the ASX directly. It's concentrated in banking, in finance and insurance, and less than 5% of those that are offered in other areas, for instance manufacturing. The credit rating is generally only available to wholesale investors. There are onerous disclosure requirements. As I mentioned, you have to register with the ASX, but also with ASIC. ASIC did issue a class order to streamline those disclosure requirements in 2014, but according to KPMG's evidence to our committee, that process has failed and hasn't resulted in an increased take-up. But the real issue in terms of why we don't have a deeper and more liquid corporate bond market in Australia is simply the taxation treatment. And it's the difference between the issue of shares and corporate bonds. There are tax concessions that are available on investment in shares in Australia. It's quite topical. It's known as dividend imputation. You get a franking credit for the tax paid by the company on the dividend for the amount, and it sometimes results in a refund. We all know about that on this side of the chamber. There is no such tax concession that exists for corporate bonds. As a result, where do you think Australians put their money? They put their money where the tax concession is, and that is in shares. And although we made some great recommendations here, I think the reality is until you deal with that difference in the tax concessions associated between corporate bonds and shares, you're not going to get the uptake that you see throughout other nations throughout the world. So that's an issue that perhaps the parliament has to look at in the future. Nonetheless, this is a good report with some great recommendations around lowering the minimum investment amount, early redemption, the role of trustees, and of course recommendations regarding disclosure requirements. I particularly point to the ASX submission on paragraph 3.31 in the report, where they've issued some great recommendations regarding ASX 200 issuers with a term sheet and a cleansing notice, issuers outside the ASX 200 with a reformed simple corporate bond prospectus, early redemption that the committee's picked up, and removing anomalies and efficiencies in existing two-part prospectus regime. There's some great recommendations that the government should look at. I commend the report to the House.
The time allotted for statements on this report has expired. Does the honourable member for McCullough wish to move a motion in connection with the report to enable it to be debated on a later occasion?
I do, Mr Speaker. I move, that the House take note of the report.
In accordance with Standing Order 39, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. Does the honourable member for McCullough wish to move a motion to refer the matter to the Federation Chamber?
I do, Mr Speaker. I move that the order of the day be referred to the Federation Chamber for debate.
Question is, the motion moved by the member for McCullough be agreed to? All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 1. Australian Federal Integrity Commission Bill 2021.
I call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I present the Australian Federal Integrity Commission Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to establish the Australian Federal Integrity Commission and for related purposes.
The member for Indi.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'm pleased to reintroduce the Australian Federal Integrity Commission Bill 2021 to the House. The purpose of this bill is as vital as it is simple: to establish a robust integrity commission to restore public trust, confidence and pride in the Parliament and their democracy. Now, more than ever, we need to pass this bill. The Australian Federal Integrity Commission model I've proposed in this bill would enable clear and practical responses to allegations of serious and systemic corruption issues at the federal level in the public interest. In its most recent comprehensive review, the Centre for Public Integrity ranked this bill the best model of an integrity commission in the nation. AFIC would have appropriate powers to receive referrals, assess allegations, conduct investigations and issue findings. The bill specifically allows for public referrals. It's vital that any Australian and all public servants have a reputable body that they can trust with corruption concerns and that will protect them as whistleblowers. This bill provides just that. As a safeguard, this bill also includes protections against frivolous, vexatious or otherwise baseless claims. These provisions will allow the Commission to vet referrals and protect the reputations of all involved. AFIC would be retrospective. And I want to be clear. This bill would not apply new laws to past facts. If conduct was criminal at the time, it was criminal at the time. All integrity commissions in this nation are retrospective, and this bill is no different in that regard. We must be able to examine serious past conduct so we can learn from our mistakes and improve as a democracy. AFIC also uses a clear, broad and sensible definition of corruption that's fit for purpose and does not duplicate the work of our criminal justice system. When it comes to investigations, AFIC must focus on conduct that is serious or systemic in nature. AFIC will also be empowered to hold public hearings when in the public interest. Over the past 2 years, I've spoken with many about their views on public hearings, and I've incorporated concerns from both sides of this House into a balanced public interest test in Part 5 of the bill to ease those concerns. For example, all persons called to give evidence will have a rolling right to request a private hearing and can present their reasons for this in private with the Commissioner. The public interest test balances the overarching need for transparency with other factors, such as how serious or systemic the corruption issue is, any unfair exposure of a person's private life and unfair prejudice to personal reputation, even if by simple association with the Commission by name during a hearing. This bill, Mr Speaker, is more refined than any other on the table. This bill is the culmination of over a decade of prior consultation, over a decade of committee inquiries and over a decade of evaluations of the strengths and weaknesses of the ICAC laws that exist in every jurisdiction in this country, except this one. This bill has the endorsement of some of the finest legal minds who have served on the High Court, Federal Court and Supreme Courts across the nation. Tomorrow it will be 1 year to the day since I first introduced this bill to the House. It's clear we need a robust Federal Integrity Commission now more than ever, and that the government will not introduce a bill capable of passing this House before the election. It's now been over 1,000 days since the Prime Minister promised this nation a robust Federal Integrity Commission. It's a proposal which, unlike this bill, will put integrity scandals involving politicians and their staff in a black box, never to be heard of again. The Centre for Public Integrity has described it as the weakest watchdog in the country, and it's been roundly rejected by every expert in the nation. I've watched on with dismay over the past year as scandals have poured out from both sides of politics, from branch stacking to fund rorting and blind trusts. The longer we go without a robust Integrity Commission, the more Australian people will lose faith in each and every one of us. And we can do so much better. With respect to colleagues on all sides, a bill for a Federal Integrity Commission from a major party would almost certainly descend into partisan games and mudslinging. An important reform like this is actually much better coming from the crossbench where we can foster bipartisanship. Australians do not want to head into the next election without a robust Federal Integrity Commission. This is the way we can deliver it. If the government, including members of the backbench, want to deliver for their constituents and the Australian people, then it's incumbent upon them to support this bill. We can debate it, we can amend it, but this is the bill, and I commend it to the House.
Is the motion seconded? The member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm very proud to second this bill to establish an Australian Federal Integrity Commission presented by the member for Indi. The member for Indi has done the work. This is absolutely the legislation the Australian people expect to be put into place to ensure we clean up our federal politics. An Integrity Commission with teeth is needed more than ever. This 46th Parliament has seen an appalling level of secrecy and questionable conduct, shocking incidents and cover-ups, and very questionable conduct from all layers, from backbenchers to ministerial levels. Spending of public funds without due process or any transparency. An increase in the level of objection to any kind of freedom of information requests, a real obstruction to any kind of transparency. An Integrity Commission with teeth would be able to investigate whether there is any question to answer or any corruption occurred in looking at issues like the member for Pearce's blind trust. The public is astounded at the events that can occur in this place. And instead, we've seen the government hiding behind the absence of an Integrity Commission and the use of whatever tools they've had at their disposal to prevent a thorough investigation. By contrast, we've seen our two biggest states' Integrity Commissions in action over the past week. They are hard at work. This week, both the New South Wales and Victorian Integrity Commissions are in full swing, investigating potential misuse of public funds through grants and through branch stacking and use of public resources to pay for political activity. And yet, at a federal level, there is no proper body to investigate serious allegations of abuse of position or power. Regular surveys show that 80% of Australians support the establishment of a federal anti-corruption watchdog. The closest thing we do have at the moment is the Auditor-General's Office, a body that is looking into scandals at the federal level, revealing further damning reports just last week into the administration of grants funds, showing that by value, most grants 42% are awarded through a closed, non-competitive selection process, and 20% had a reported selection process that was different to that was reported for their related opportunities. This adds to the already long list of scandals, including car park rorts, sports rorts scandals, Leppington Lansdale for Sydney's second airport, to name just a few. The Auditor-General is going above and beyond to investigate such matters with severely limited resources. What a Federal Integrity Commission would do is it would provide a forum for proper investigation and inquiry, an opportunity for wrongdoers to be exposed, but also for those wrongly accused to be exonerated and for due process to be followed. We don't want trial by media. We want thorough investigation. We need proper process. Mr. Speaker, all sides of politics claim to support the need for a Federal Integrity Commission, but the Australian people have seen very little action. I agree with the member for Indi that to avoid the partisan slinging match that we see all too often in this place, it is a proposal from the crossbench that has that ability to bring together the best model possible. A Federal Integrity Commission with retrospective powers is needed now more than ever to ensure that this record-breaking spending and all the events we've seen from both sides of politics and allegations are properly investigated. We've seen a disregard and a carelessness in this last parliament to accountability and good governance that is dangerous. I would say it's an insult to the Australian people and our communities. Australians are subject to rules and expectations in their duties and their jobs. There is no reason for public servants, MPs, senators and their staff not to be held to the same standards. It's time to bring on for debate the Australian Federal Integrity Commission bill. The Australian people deserve better. They deserve to be able to trust in the government, trust in the decisions of this place, trust that there is a process to ensure integrity and anti-corruption. I commend the bill to the House.
The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate— oh, sorry, yes. I've already crossed it out, unfortunately. Question is the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for the debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 2. Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Disclosure of Political Donations Bill 2021.
And I again call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I present the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Disclosure of Political Donations Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
The clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and for related purposes.
The member for Indi.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to introduce the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Disclosure of Political Donations Bill 2021. As an independent, transparency and integrity are at the heart of what drives me and the people who put me here. Political access and influence should never be for sale, and any laws that facilitate such access and influence have no place in our democracy and should be urgently reformed. This is one such reform. I'm proud to disclose the names and amount of every single donation I receive above $1,000 every financial quarter. That includes smaller cumulative donations from the same person that together total over $1,000. I'm also committed to disclosing the names of anyone who cumulatively donates more than the Australian Electoral Commission threshold of $14,500 within 5 business days. This bill would require the major parties to do the same. Under current laws, the major parties only have to disclose donations received above $14,500 to the Australian Electoral Commission each financial year. That means that millions and millions of dollars in donations from lobbyists, energy companies, gambling enterprises and other powerful businesses go into their coffers without being disclosed for months and months on end. Around election time, it's common for these donations not to be disclosed until long after Australians go to the ballot box. The major parties also use their complex organisational structures to hide exactly where the donations come from, which candidates they go to, and for what purpose. At the last election, it was common for some candidates, bankrolled by the major parties, to have $0 listed in their declaration to the Australian Electoral Commission. And that's just completely unacceptable. Australians deserve to know who is holding the purse strings of the major parties before voting for them. Politicians are meant to represent the people, not their donors. The Parliaments of New South Wales, Victoria and Queensland have all set a disclosure threshold on political donations at $1,000. New South Wales, Victoria, Queensland and South Australia also require near real-time disclosure of donations. Right now, there is no equivalent law at the federal level, and this bill would fix that. I often hear the major parties argue that it's too resource-intensive to disclose their donations in real time. But really, if I can do so as an independent, then the major parties certainly can as well, which is why I've introduced this bill, to show Australians reforms like this are entirely possible if the will is there from the people to see us do better. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill also includes penalties for political parties who do not follow political donation disclosure rules. While this is an important compliance measure, I do believe that the best way for us to achieve true and enduring change in our democracy is if we shift from a culture of compliance and finding loopholes to one that's focused on integrity, which is why this bill is the perfect complement to the Australian Federal Integrity Commission bill I just introduced, which would invest in programs that improve the culture of political integrity and transparency in Canberra. It too had provisions dealing with election bribery, election fraud and breaches of lobbying codes of conduct. This bill also complements the work done by the member for Warringah on truth in political advertising and the member for Mayo on the regulation of political text messages, and I'll be proud to second these bills later on this morning too. I also commend the work of the member for Clark that he's done on the crossbench to introduce a cap on political donations in this country, as well as reform on foreign donations. Mr Deputy Speaker, the last tranche of donations data released by the AEC earlier this year found that Australia's weak political donation laws allowed the major parties to hide the origins of more than $1 billion in income and donations over the past 2 decades. That is simply unacceptable by any measure. Once again, the crossbench appears to be the place where genuine and ambitious reforms to political donations and transparency are coming from in this parliament. This is a first step the major parties could take to show the Australian people that they're serious when they give lip service to transparency and accountability at the next election. I commend this bill to the House.
Is the motion seconded? I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I proudly again second the member for Indi's bill around disclosure of political donations bill 2021. This bill will increase transparency of political donations by reducing the threshold for disclosure of political donations from $14,500 to $1,000 and increasing the reporting frequency to every quarter for $1,000 donations and above, and within 5 days of donations above $14,500. Currently, there's already a double standard between the timeline of donation reporting between independents here on the crossbench and the major parties. I welcome these changes. For too long, money has been hidden from view and from public scrutiny. We do not know who is paying for access to politicians and members in this place and influence over decisions. The Big Deal documentary, recently aired on the ABC and viewed by many around the country, has shocked many Australians. There's no doubt that money plays a disproportionate impact and role on Australian politics. It was revealed that over 55% of donations to the ALP and over 65% of donations to the Coalition were undisclosed. The unashamed portrayal of cash for access and influence was and remains horrifying. As the Clive Palmer United, or the United Palmer Party, the from Clive Palmer spends obscene amounts of money advertising its deceptive platform, we are at risk of upheaval like after the US 2020 election. We've already seen it with some rioters in our major cities against COVID health orders. Transparency is essential to good governance and public trust in democracy. Our democracy should not be for sale. At the last election, only 25% of Australians had trust in the federal government, according to the Australian National University, an all-time low, and I would suggest that the events of this parliament has done nothing to help that trust. I have no doubt that the lack of transparency contributes heavily to that, and I urge both sides of politics, major parties, to embrace this bill, to embrace reform. We have seen an all-time low when it comes to accountability and transparency. And there's always a lot of gaslighting. There's always a lot of statements made by both sides of politics, but very little action. It never translates into actual legislative action. And that I strongly would say to this parliament and to the Australian public, that is what the crossbench is delivering. We are looking at the reforms, the governance that needs to happen in this place to ensure we raise the bar. We need to raise the standard of Australian federal politics. It's absolutely time for this place to earn the trust of the Australian people back, and we need to reveal where the donations are coming from. There needs to be transparency. Our political system, our democracy simply should not be for sale to the highest bidder. So I thank the member for Indi for bringing this bill to the House. Today is a day where integrity and standards are being pushed by the crossbench. We are seeing a number of legislation, from lies in political advertising to donations to spam to an integrity commission. These are all important questions of governance that need addressing, and I urge the members of this place to debate and vote on this legislation and others presented today. I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Is the member for Mallee wishing to speak on this?
No.
Time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 3. Social Media, Basic Expectations and Defamations Bill 2021.
And I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Social Media Basic Expectations and Defamation Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum. Thank you. Social media...
Sorry, we just need to have the clerk do the first reading. And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act about social media services and for related purposes.
And I call the member for Mallee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Social media is playing an increasingly significant role...
You need to move that the bill be read a second time.
My apologies. I move that this bill now be read a second time.
And you can proceed.
Social media is playing an increasingly significant role in our lives. It's where we make friends, do business and stay connected with loved ones, and for many, find out the news of the day. It has never been more entrenched in our lives than right now. Many of us, and importantly our children and grandchildren, have been glued to screens throughout the pandemic. Right now, we can only guess what impact this will have on their minds and mental health into the future. This is why we need to do everything possible to ensure social media is safe for all users. While our government is working hard to prevent the spread of dangerous material through the Online Safety Act, we need to go further and hold social media services to account as publishers for the content hosted on their websites. Content posted on social media sites is pushed around the world far and wide, and the platforms are intelligent, using AI to show individual preferences. So when content that seriously defames another person is promoted to a wider audience, the social media service, along with the end user, should be responsible for damages. For too long, social media platforms have hidden behind the shield of protecting free speech, while at the same time moderating their platforms with often arbitrary rules. Freedom of speech is an inherent right that we must protect at all costs, but it is not a right to lie or incite violence. Free speech is vital to our democracy, but there must be limitations to prevent harm. We need consistency from social media platforms to ensure we strike the right balance, and this won't be achieved if we leave these platforms to be a law unto themselves with no penalties. Big tech platforms write their own rules, and this is causing serious issues for end users. The rules are inadequate and are sporadically enforced with no external accountability. I have personal experience of how these issues can affect people's lives. For several months in 2020, my husband and I, as well as the charity we founded to help single mothers access education, were the target of baseless and defamatory accusations made by a conspiracy theorist on Facebook. It was unrelenting for months. The claims were widely distributed and reached local networks in my electorate of Mallee. To this day, I still see echoes of the insane conspiracies this person continues to espouse. It was an incredibly trying time, including for the young mothers that rely on the essential charity in our community. I was concerned these mothers would be driven away from the service by lies and left even more vulnerable. I pursued a legal course of action against her in a civil case, but it cost my husband and I personally upwards of $200,000. Through this horrible experience, I've been inspired to take action and to use my position to seek to prevent others going through this. What concerns me is that many thousands of people who endure bullying and defamation online will lack the means to clear their name or protect their family. We need measures in place to stop these cases rising. At the moment, there is very little impetus on social media services to ensure and protect users from harm and defamation. This bill aims to change that by making these services jointly liable for the perpetration of defamatory material hosted online. It also allows the Minister to outline basic expectations for the distribution of defamatory material and gives the eSafety Commissioner the power to issue fines for breaches of these expectations. These are important changes and build on our government's progress of making social media safe for Australians by addressing the distribution of defamatory material. This bill fills an important gap left by the Online Safety Act. It also builds on the collaborative work of the Parliamentary Friends of Making Social Media Safe, co-chaired by myself and the member for Newcastle. I am focused on fighting for change to ensure our kids and grandkids are safe online and that our society has a healthy relationship with social media going forward. I defer the rest of my time to the member for Barrow.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
Speaker, I'm pleased to second the motion of the member for Mallee. I admire the member for Mallee for her dedication to a safer social media environment, and I admire her for her courage as a new member of Parliament for taking on the social media trolls and seeking a better deal for all Australians online. The member for Mallee has done great work preparing this legislation, encouraging greater responsibility for social media companies and greater access to justice for those defamed on their sites. She formed a parliamentary friendship group, which I'm proud to be part of, aimed at better regulating content after she became the victim of vile defamatory posts last year. These posts, which were shared hundreds of times, accused her of terrible things, including on accounts associated with Mildura in Victoria, her own hometown. The perpetrator was ordered to pay damages of $875,000 after Justice Jacqueline Gleeson, then of the Federal Court and now of the High Court, labelled the claims as disgraceful and inexplicable. The damages were awarded to the member for Mallee, her husband Philip, and the not-for-profit organisation Zoe Support, which they established. Now, Zoe Support helps more than 150 mothers aged from 13 to 25 and their children to access education and medical appointments each week. Justice Gleeson said any effect the untrue posts had in deterring young women from seeking support was perhaps the most harmful aspect of the perpetrator's offences. Referring to social media at the time, the member for Mallee said, "It's not an unknown world, but it's a bit of a scary world where people can share whatever they like, and it's only by going through legal cases that things can change." So the member for Mallee had to go to the legal expense and lawyer up to defend her reputation. This is just not something every Australian can afford to do. We might ask, where were the social media executives while this was going on? Where was their accountability? Surely something needs to change, and it needs to change now, and so I'm pleased to support this bill and the member for Mallee in taking the lead. Social media has extraordinary reach. Half of the 7.7 billion people on the planet have been signed up to social media applications. Social network platforms, including Facebook and Instagram, almost tripled their total user base in the last decade, from 970 million in 2010 to over 4.48 billion users in July this year. The average social media user engages with an average of 6.6 different social media platforms. Social media sites provide people of all ages with a range of benefits and opportunities to empower them to express themselves. The communities built and social interactions people form online can be invaluable for keeping in touch and sharing valuable information with people who have shared interests. But we have an expression in our family about fire and water that could easily apply to social media platforms. They are good servants, but bad masters. Unfortunately, it's increasingly apparent that social media can present enormous risks for individuals, communities, firms and our society as a whole. The dark side of social media includes cyberbullying, addiction, trolling, privacy abuse, fake news, disinformation and, of course, defamation. Defamation cases are notoriously hard to land, especially on social media. This bill does two important things. First, it enables the Minister to set basic expectations of social media services regarding the hosting of material on social media platforms. In doing so, the Minister must have regard to the importance of social media services, the value of truth and free debate, the harmfulness of defamation and the importance of preventing social media services from being used to facilitate unlawful conduct. The Minister must also endeavour to consult the general public before making or varying determinations on the basic expectations of a social media service. The bill also serves to ensure that service providers are liable for defamatory material hosted on their platforms that is not removed in a reasonable timeframe. The bill intends to address the lack of accountability of service providers when defamatory material is published on their sites. It also sets out a process whereby members of the public can make a complaint to the Commissioner if they have reason to believe that they are being defamed by material posted on a social media service. The bill gives the Commissioner the power to issue defamation notices to a service provider in circumstances where a complaint regarding defamatory material has been made. If the Commissioner issues a defamation notice to the service provider and the material is not removed within 48 hours, the service provider can be liable for defamation. And so this bill shifts the needle from the perpetrators and the companies back to the ordinary citizen, and that's why the member for Mallee's bill is so important. Churchill said, "A lie gets halfway around the world before the truth has put its pants on." How true is this in an age of social media? It's now time the social media platforms came to the table and took more responsibility. The difference between a lie and the truth on social media has become blurred, and it's up to the companies to put in place measures to protect people. If the companies do not, it's our job as legislators to put in place protections and regulations of the sort that's proposed in the member for Mallee's bill. This is a timely bill. It complements many of the initiatives that the government is already taking in relation to cleaning up the environment in which social media companies operate. I congratulate the member for Mallee on bringing this bill to the House, and I commend it to the House.
Order. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 4. Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Stop the Lies Bill 2021.
I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I present the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment, Stop the Lies Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and for related purposes.
I call the member for Warringah.
Thank you. I move that this bill now be read a second time. Democracies and truth go hand in hand. But democracies are fragile, and we've seen the power of misinformation at the 2020 US presidential election and in the aftermath. We're seeing the same style of misinformation and preying on conspiracy theories by a number of players in our political landscape. In order to safeguard our democracy and empower our citizens to participate in an informed way, we need to ensure that politicians and political campaigners and third-party groups are held to the same standards as everyone else. This might seem logical, but as we see time and time again, political parties and their affiliates are all too happy to tell lies about candidates and policies of the other side and mislead the public without consequence. We are at risk of a democratic crisis in which election campaigns are increasingly battlegrounds of competing disinformation campaigns, which will continue to erode the public trust in institutions, in trust in government and the trust in our democratic process itself. That's why I'm introducing the Stop the Lies Bill, which amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act to make it an offence to publish misleading or deceptive content in political advertising relating to an election. Public trust in politicians and the political system is plummeting at the moment. Just 1 in 4 Australians have confidence in their political representatives. By 2025, if the trend continues, only 10% of the public would trust in us, in politicians. We must reverse this trend. It is absolutely incumbent on every member of this place. Just this morning, an open letter to this parliament was published and signed by prominent legal experts and respected former justices and judges, unanimous in calling for laws to ensure truth in political advertising are passed. Why do we need truth in political advertising? Well, each election, a number of advertisements, claims are made about candidates, parties, associated campaign groups, and they're published and they're untrue. They're not based on any actual facts, and they're designed to mislead or deceive the voter about the position or platform of an opposing candidate. And it's causing an erosion of trust in our political system that we really must stop. Without action or regulation, there will be a democratic crisis in which election campaigns are increasingly battlegrounds of competing disinformation campaigns, and that erosion will continue. It is so important for our democracy that voters are actually told facts that are based on, that has to be based on truth. This bill goes a long way to ensuring that our political debates are argued on a factual basis. The bill implements safeguards in Australia against misleading and deceptive advertising. In its definition of publishing, the Stop the Lies Bill includes print, radio, television, telephone or internet. The bill establishes that the Australian Electoral Commission is the responsible body for regulation, and that the AEC is an established and trusted body that already has a role in regulating elections and advertising related to elections. Similar truth in political advertising laws already exist in South Australia and the ACT, and they've given their electoral commissioners the power to regulate. The Stop the Lies Bill continues that precedent. If the Electoral Commissioner is satisfied that the proposed act has been breached, then they can direct the person to not further publish or spread the misleading material further, and the Commissioner can also require a correction to be published by the person or group that first breached the law. Financial penalty may also be applied. Both in South Australia and the ACT, truth in political advertising laws have worked. They've been in place for some time. It acts as a very important deterrent. It ensures the standards are raised. This is why it's so important to legislate. The bill actively protects free speech and safeguards the ability of Australians to engage in the political debate. The marketplace of ideas only functions properly when the flow of information is actually true. Disinformation impacts upon the efficiency of the marketplace of ideas, reducing our ability to engage constructively and make informed decisions. Australian consumer laws do not permit businesses to make incorrect statements or those likely to create a false impression, even if the business's intention is not to mislead. There are strict laws governing financial advice. Pharmaceutical manufacturers cannot, for example, say their product cures something that it does not. Food companies cannot claim that sugary foods are good for children or other things. Lawyers can't guarantee that they will outcomes or will win every personal injury case. The same standards should be applied in this place. How can we say what the truth is? People are always worried, isn't it subjective or is it a slippery slope? In Australia, numerous laws and regulations and codes already regulate the truth and whether or not someone can publish misleading or deceptive content. Australian consumer laws do not permit businesses to make incorrect statements or those likely to create false impressions, and the public deserves the same standard of truthfulness that they get from businesses, if not a higher one, from MPs and political parties. Many Australians will remember many of the prominent cases of disinformation in political advertising that we've experienced of recent years, from Mediscare from the ALP in 2016 to the death taxes by the Coalition in 2019 to the fake signs misdirecting people in the colours of the AEC. We're seeing impersonation of possible impersonation through deep fakes, and that absolutely must be stopped. Truth in political advertising is paramount to democracy, and voters universally want this. 87% of voters want truth in political advertising. It doesn't matter if they are voters for Coalition or voters for ALP, they want this legislation to be enacted. So I urge the members of this place to debate and vote. Think about the standards that you are prepared to accept. It's time to raise the bar.
Order. Is the motion seconded? I call
Thank
the
you,
member
Mr
for Indi.
Deputy. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm very proud to second this motion from the member for Warringah. Currently under Australian law, it's perfectly legal to lie in a political advertisement. This bill would change that. This bill that I'm proud to second today bans inaccurate or misleading political advertisements during election campaigns. All Australians will know the type of ads I'm talking about. All the big political parties do it. As the member for Warringah has just talked about, whether it was the Liberal Party's totally baseless claims that Labor would introduce a death tax in the 2019 election, or the Labor Party's overblown Mediscare campaign against the Liberals in the 2016 election. Australians deserve better than to be bombarded with nonsense and lies during our elections. And with an election coming up, this is an important reform. Right now, the political parties can say almost anything they like about their opponents, with no requirement that they even tell the truth. And in a public health crisis too, when we've seen deliberate misinformation spread by various political actors, this becomes literally life and death stuff. I think most Australians would be shocked to learn that it's perfectly legal for politicians to lie in their ads, to spin any old tale for the sake of a vote. And people hate this stuff. People hate this kind of grubby, low, deceptive politics. And it's not what democracy is supposed to be about. Our governments should not be elected based on their skill in crafting compelling lies on social media. Australians deserve a political system that they can trust to be telling them the truth. 87% of the electorate agree that truth in political advertising laws should be passed. This bill will bring political advertising up to the standard that businesses are held to. And importantly, the provisions of this bill have been tried and tested in legislation that's been in place in South Australia for over 20 years and that was adopted recently by the ACT last year. This, Mr Deputy Speaker, is a proven model, and frankly, it's quite revealing that no side of politics has seen fit to implement these laws at the federal level. Once again, it falls to the independents to do the work of drafting sensible legislation that would help clean up our politics. I commend the member for Warringah for doing the work and bringing this bill to the parliament, and really and truly, this is something we should all get behind and debate and pass this bill.
Order. The question is this bill now be read a second time. If there are no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 5, Coal Prohibition Quit Coal Bill 2021.
And I call the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Coal Prohibition Quit Coal Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to restrict activities in relation to thermal coal and for related purposes.
I call the Leader of the Australian Greens.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. Without coal and gas exports, Australia is the world's third biggest exporter of fossil fuel pollution, after Russia and Saudi Arabia, who are coincidentally our only allies in the upcoming climate negotiations in Glasgow. 4/5 of the coal we extract, we export overseas. This is Australia's biggest contribution to the climate emergency that our carbon accounts exclude and our establishment political parties ignore. But without a plan for coal, there is no plan to stop runaway global heating. Almost all of our exports go to Japan, China and South Korea. All three have pledged net zero, which means the first thing they will target is pushing thermal coal out of their electricity system. Either we plan the transformation out of coal on our own terms, or we let other countries make the decision for us without warning. We are at a crossroads, and right now we're starting down the wrong path. On the eve of the Glasgow Climate Summit, while the rest of the world are making plans to get out of coal and gas, here we have the Liberal and Labor parties backing more coal and gas, including the Northern Territory Labor government approving fracking in the Beetaloo Basin just last week. The Prime Minister has said we shouldn't be afraid of coal, and just last week Labor's climate spokesperson said Labor won't stand in the way of more coal exports, pushing the same drug dealer's defence that Tony Abbott did. If we don't sell it to you, you'll get it from somewhere else. Imagine if we'd said that about asbestos. But Labor and Liberal keep taking donations from the coal and gas corporations and keep selling a product that causes our country harm. Every extra molecule of coal, oil and gas that gets burnt makes global warming worse and harms Australia. And every year we are seeing and feeling the impacts of the climate crisis more and more. The unprecedented bushfires in 2019, the floods along the east coast, droughts across parts of Western Australia and New South Wales, more extreme rainfall over the winter months impacting millions of people. Government agency ABARES has even concluded that climate damage is already costing each Australian farmer $30,000 in lost income. All of this with just 1.1 degrees of warming. And we are on track for 3 to 4 degrees of warming unless we change course. If we don't have a plan to phase out thermal coal, then these extreme weather events and their financial impacts will get exponentially worse. We didn't have sympathy for tobacco and asbestos companies when their health risks were exposed. And so the same should be for coal corporations who are profiting off destruction. In good news, the United States, Japan, Canada, South Korea, the United Kingdom, the European Union and 16 other major economies have answered the call to fight the climate crisis by committing to higher 2030 emissions reduction targets and developing plans to get out of coal. And last week, in the German coalition government talks with Greens in balance of power, they are working on bringing forward their plans to get out of coal by 8 years, with a plan to exit from coal-fired power stations by 2030. But the Prime Minister is refusing to join the global community, leaving Australia with the least ambitious emissions target of any developed country in the world, and no plans to get out of coal. And Labor is backing him with no 2030 targets and a plan to keep exporting coal into the 2050s. Whether it be the consequences in climate impacts in Australia, consequences for our diplomatic standing, or consequences for our economy from the potential introduction of tariffs on our exports, a failure to get out of coal and gas will come at great cost to Australia and puts the health, well-being and economic prosperity of people on this land at risk. The International Energy Agency has mapped the pathway to not exceed 1.5 degrees. It means not one new coal, oil or gas project can proceed. But Australia has 72 new coal projects and 44 new gas projects in the pipeline, the biggest and baddest of which is the Beetaloo Basin, financed by public money committed by both the government and the opposition. It's unsustainable, it's embarrassing and, most of all, it's dangerous and will cost our kids their future. The media has exposed that our own government has been trying to rewrite the facts in the next IPCC report on the need to phase out coal. The Prime Minister doesn't like the science, so he's trying to censor it. Which brings me back to this bill, the Coal Prohibition Quit Coal Bill 2021, which will do what the science demands of us. It will prohibit the mining and export of thermal coal after 2030. It's enough time for us to transition, and it's enough time for us to look after the affected communities. But it is doing it within the time that, at a bare minimum, the climate and the science requires. It would do it by introducing a permit system for the export of thermal coal, that is, coal for electricity, which would gradually wind down to zero over the next decade, providing companies, industry and workers with opportunities to attract new industries and jobs to their region. It will immediately prohibit the establishment of a new coal mine or new coal-fired power station. It will also prohibit the importation of thermal coal to Australia, with the exception of importation for research, heritage or display purposes. The limitations on new coal production would begin on 1 January 2022, as would the start of the phase-down in exports. We start in a few months' time because the latest IPCC report, released this year, says that we're on track to hit 1.5 degrees of warming by about 2035 if nothing changes. UN Secretary-General Antonio Guterres called for no new coal plants after 2021 and the phasing out of coal by 2030. We need to act now. That's what the science is telling us. As the largest coal exporter in the world, we have a key responsibility to act. The fact that we have made billions of dollars because of the coal we've exported so far heightens and sharpens this responsibility. Not only is it economically and technically possible to transition to 100% renewables, but our sunshine, our wind and our highly skilled workforce gives us the competitive edge to be the world's biggest clean energy exporter. A place where the abundance of cheap, clean power will allow us to bring manufacturing back and to process the iron ore, the nickel, the cobalt and lithium instead of shipping raw materials overseas. We can make green steel, batteries, electric vehicles and their components, turbines, solar cells. These are our opportunities to seize. Japan, along with South Korea, is asking us to help them decarbonise. The International Energy Agency said that pursuing net zero by 2050, which admittedly is too late but is still their target, will mean the clean tech sector will be worth $1.2 trillion a year, bigger than today's oil market. It could be a lucrative industry that's worth billions of dollars for our country. This is our opportunity. But likewise, global heating is our problem to deal with, not our children's. Keeping coal in the ground and phasing out exports is the very first step. It's an unavoidable step. It is the only chance we have for a safe climate future. We need to do what we've done in other industries, where we know those industries don't have a sustainable future. It's not the fault of the workers or communities in coal mining towns or towns associated with coal-fired power stations. They have worked to help us keep the lights on and to power this country for decades. These communities should be in charge of their own future. They should be provided with the support, expertise and financial resources they need to transform and diversify their local economies in the way that they choose, so that their children can have stable, good-quality jobs in the new global economy. If we don't stop mining and burning coal, we will be extinguished. If we don't start now, before the change is thrust upon us, we will see deep, localised recessions and dismantled communities. This is a bill whose time has come. We need to join the rest of the world in making a plan to get out of coal and gas. We don't have a minute to lose. And I'd now like to read a statement from the seconder of this bill, who's attending by virtual presence, the member for Clark. I'm pleased to second this bill, which prohibits the establishment and expansion of coal mines and phases out the export and bans the import of thermal coal. Yes, this would be strong action and way beyond what the government and opposition have been prepared to do. But it's exactly what's required if we're to genuinely put this country on a pathway to effectively respond to climate change. You've only got to look at the latest IPCC report to see we can't wait until 2050 to avoid irreversible climate change. Instead, 2030 is the key milestone, and we must do everything in our power to achieve net zero by then. And to do so, we must rapidly phase out reliance on and production of coal, gas and oil, and fast-track renewables. To do otherwise is to continue to trash our environment and to lock in the most shocking intergenerational injustice in human history.
Order. Is the motion seconded? Call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the member for Clark, I second this motion.
Order. The question is that this bill will now be read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business Notice number 6, Privacy COVID Check-in Data Bill 2021.
I call the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I present the Privacy COVID Check-in Data Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act about COVID check-in data and for related purposes.
And I call the Leader of the Australian Greens.
Deputy Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a second time. The National COVID Plan, underpinned by the Doherty Institute modelling, is very clear that to achieve the ability to decrease public health restrictions, such as lockdowns, relies on high rates of vaccination and high-quality testing, tracing, isolation and quarantine measures. In other words, without effective contact tracing, high rates of vaccination will not be enough to move us towards a COVID-safe future. Central to successful contact tracing are the COVID check-in systems that also increasingly will enable premises and businesses to check the vaccination status of customers and visitors. Every state and territory in Australia has a check-in system in place to help manage the COVID-19 pandemic. People across the country are required to check in when going about their daily lives to facilitate effective contact tracing and to help manage COVID-19 outbreaks. The Commonwealth Parliament should support effective contact tracing and encourage the use of check-in systems. For these systems to work effectively, though, there needs to be a high degree of confidence by the public in the integrity and privacy of these systems. Most importantly, people need to know that data from the systems won't be used for a purpose other than ensuring public health. But disappointingly, personal data gathered from check-ins has been used in some jurisdictions by the police for reasons unrelated to COVID-19. And despite the countrywide use of check-ins, Australia does not have a nationally consistent approach to preventing law enforcement from accessing COVID-19 check-in data. Individual states and territories have different protections in place, with some allowing personal information to be accessed for unrelated law enforcement purposes via a warrant, while other states and territories have prohibited it. This inconsistency can serve to undermine the effectiveness of COVID-19 check-ins, as people cannot trust their information will only be used for contact tracing purposes. There is significant concern in the community and amongst legal and privacy advocates about this situation. The Office of the Australian Information Commissioner has called for a nationally consistent approach to data, stating, "The OAIC considers that personal information collected for contact tracing purposes should not be used for other purposes such as law enforcement or even direct marketing. Allowing personal information to be used for other purposes may undermine the effective and efficient contact tracing system, for example by discouraging individuals from giving accurate information." A number of government MPs and senators, including Senator Patterson, the member for Goldstein, Senator Rennick and the member for McKellar, and I believe also some from the opposition, have also expressed concerns about data gathered for health purposes being used by law enforcement and how it can undermine trust and contact tracing. Indeed, the opposition have also raised concerns with the Shadow Attorney-General calling for a nationally consistent approach. So I believe there's an opportunity for this parliament to come together to address this problem and quickly pass through this parliament a bill to protect everyone's data and privacy. This Greens bill, the Privacy COVID Check-in Data Bill 2021, will introduce a ban on using COVID-19 check-in data for enforcement-related activity purposes by preventing Commonwealth, state or territory authorities from using or providing COVID-19 check-in data for such law enforcement purposes. It will end the current situation of confusion, inconsistency and loopholes that enable law enforcement to access such data and that threaten to dissuade people from checking in as the country opens up in the weeks and months ahead. Let me go to the key elements of the bill. Section 4 sets out the objects of the bill and it makes clear that the main purpose of the bill is to support the effective management and control of COVID in Australia by providing stronger privacy protections for COVID check-in data to encourage public acceptance and use of COVID check-in apps, and to enable faster and more effective contact tracing. Now, that object should be supported and supportable by everyone in this parliament. We want the COVID check-in apps to work, and we want as many people as possible to use them. The bill defines in section 5 a COVID check-in app as any mobile app that's made available or has been made available to the public by or on behalf of Commonwealth, state or territory authority for the purpose of facilitating COVID contact tracing. And this includes any mobile apps that were made available before the commencement of the Act. The bill defines COVID check-in data as data relating to a person that has been collected or generated through the operation of a COVID check-in app. And importantly, this includes data that has been collected or generated before the commencement of the Act. To align with other legislation, de-identified and enforcement-related activity have the same meanings as in the Privacy Act. And the Privacy Act, 1988, defines de-identified as personal information is de-identified if the information is no longer about an identifiable individual or an individual who's reasonably identifiable. And that Act defines enforcement-related activity very broadly as from prevention, investigation and prosecution of crimes or other breaches of the law, including surveillance, imposition of fines and matters in relation to the courts. And finally, the Act defines a mobile app as an app that's designed for use on a mobile device. Now, there may be other ways that people record check-in data across the country, but mobile devices are very popular, and it's beyond doubt that the Commonwealth has the power to regulate mobile devices. Section 6 is the crux of the bill, and it provides very simply that a Commonwealth, state or territory authority must not use or disclose COVID check-in data for the purposes of enforcement-related activity. Now, this ban does not apply to Commonwealth, state or territory authority using or disclosing data that the authority has obtained from a source that is not directly or indirectly from a COVID check-in app or for de-identified statistical information. Now, the Attorney-General has said that this is a matter for the states, but this really is a proper field for the Commonwealth to regulate. As I said earlier, it is the Commonwealth that has driven the national plan, and the Information Commissioner at the federal level has called for national standards. But critically, as Australia opens up again, people will move between states and territories more freely. That is indeed a core feature of the national plan. As they do so, people should not worry about information being used differently depending on what state or territory they're in. Now, the constitutional basis of this bill is based on the implied nationhood power, but also further support for the powers in the bill are found in section 51(5) of the Constitution, which relates to telegraphic, telephonic and other like services, and 51(9) of the Constitution, which relates to quarantine. The bill also has effect, if it were expressly confined, to giving effect to Australia's obligations under the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and in particular Article 17 of the Covenant in relation to COVID check-in data. So, while much of the law enforcement activity is in the realm of the states, there's a firm constitutional basis for the parliament to pass this bill, put in place this ban and protect COVID check-in data so that everyone is guaranteed that when they scan that QR code, it is being used for COVID purposes and nothing else. In the middle of this pandemic, the Australian people, including through our laws and constitutions, have handed over and been willing to do significant things, including checking in wherever we go. Our Constitution also gives enormous power to our law enforcement agencies. But in return for all of this, people expect our law enforcement agencies to protect us and protect our rights, and they also expect that these new practices that we've all agreed to scan in, won't be used or abused for other purposes. But too often we know the law enforcement agencies will try and access any information that they can, and often overstep the mark, and that can harm the people that they're supposed to protect. It's all the more reason why law enforcement agencies should be subject to standards that are set in law, and higher standards including those in this bill. Most importantly, this bill will ensure that people have confidence in using check-in apps, the importance of which will only grow as we try to keep COVID and future variants and viruses at bay. Now, in the remaining time, I'd like to read a statement from the member for Clark, who is seconding this bill. I'm pleased to second the member for Melbourne's bill, which prevents COVID-19 check-in data being used for law enforcement purposes. Check-in apps have obviously been an important tool for managing the pandemic around the country. Most Australians understand this and have been using these apps reliably and in good faith. But most Australians would also be appalled to see their check-in data being used for any other purpose, and in particular law enforcement, because they never gave approval for their data to be used in such a way. And indeed, many people would not have used the check-in app if they knew their data would be used for any purpose other than responding to COVID-19. Australians have placed a lot of trust in governments over the pandemic and have sacrificed many personal liberties and freedoms, and that trust must be reciprocated. It's the end of the statement from the member for Clark. In conclusion, we should pass this bill before we rise. And I thank members of the crossbench who have expressed their support for this. I know this has support amongst many members of the government and the opposition, and I hope these protections are in place before we break for the end of the year.
Order. Is the motion seconded?
Thank you, Mr.
Member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I second this motion on behalf of the member for Clark and reserve my right to speak.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for the debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 7, Unsolicited Political Communications Legislation Amendment Bill 2021.
And I call the member for Mayo.
I present the Unsolicited Political Communications Legislation Amendment Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and the Spam Act 2003 and for related purposes.
And I call the member for Mayo.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Deputy Speaker, Australia is a country that embraces freedom of speech, a country that embraces freedom of political association. We respect the right of individuals to espouse their political views with few exceptions. Appropriately, we don't allow speech that is defamatory, obscene, incites violence or hate, or is racially discriminatory. Implicit in these freedoms, however, is respect for the speaker and respect for the listener, the intended audience. Respect in this context meaning if a person does not ascribe to someone's political views, they should not have to listen to them. In most circumstances, we can choose not to listen. If a political party wishes to promote their policy on television or radio, we can change channel or simply turn off. We can flick the page of a newspaper with nothing more than a cursory glance and completely ignore the pamphlets that overflow our letterboxes if we choose so. Electronic communication, on the other hand, is quite different. At its very core, it intrudes our most personal devices, our mobile phones. A text message or a recorded phone message is immediate, directed, and an invasion of our privacy. And currently, there is no escape. If a member of this House, a political party or candidate, is prepared to buy a database, they instantly can have access to each and every voter they wish to target. What makes receiving political text messages particularly annoying is that individuals don't sign up for it. Unlike commercial messages, which are subject to the Spam Act, individuals have typically opted to have their details registered with a retailer or another commercial entity. As such, there is tacit acceptance that they will be contacted by these entities. Importantly, they can opt out of any point, as commercial messaging must contain an unsubscribe feature, and this is not the case for political text messages. Do people really care about this? The answer is an emphatic yes. In recent months, my electorate office has received many calls from constituents who are angry after receiving multiple text messages from a member in this chamber. They wanted answers to questions like, why are they receiving these texts? How did the sender get their details? They didn't sign up to receive political texts, and they wanted to know how they could stop receiving them. My staff, bearing the brunt of these calls, had to advise constituents that despite annoying intrusions into their lives, the texts were legal. This was met with complete astonishment and respectful demands that something be done about it. This anger is not restricted to my electorate either. Australians across the country have voiced their concerns. They do not like receiving political text messages. They've simply had enough. This is evidenced by more than 4,000 complaints made to ACMA in 2021 alone. However, ACMA is completely powerless to act on the thousands of complaints because political messages are exempt from the laws that prohibit unsolicited communications. Instead, political parties, sitting members and candidates are free to harass Australians with a bombardment of unwanted messages. This is unfair, and I seek the support of this House to make this stop. This bill gives the power back to Australians. It amends the Commonwealth Electoral Act 1918 and the Spam Act 2003 with the express purpose to give consumers more control over what they receive from political parties and individual politicians. At the very essence of this bill, it requires the sending party to provide an unsubscribe option to opt-out feature for the receiver, just like commercial entities do. It strikes a fair balance between the rights of political parties, independents and candidates to freely communicate with voters on political and electoral matters and the rights of consumers to decide which political messages they wish to receive. The bill does not deny political freedoms or the rights to communicate one's political beliefs. It does not deny political parties, politicians or candidates the right to campaign or communicate their political ideology. Rather, it rightfully gives everyday Australians the power to stop receiving persistent and unwanted calls and texts. The bill also requires actors in voice calls featuring electoral material to be identified, to make it clear to those listening that the actors are performing a part, so that an actor posing as a nurse, a teacher or a small business owner, for example, are not mistaken for real people. It provides honesty and transparency, which is badly needed in this place. My Centre Alliance colleague, Sterling Griff, introduced a similar bill in the other place back in 2019. The original bill was ultimately rejected by the Environment and Communications Legislation Committee because the proposed changes would have unduly affected the charity sector. This bill addresses these concerns by restricting amendments to political communications only. The previous charity clauses are not present in this bill and leave no justification for this bill to be rejected by the House. The implied freedom of political communication protected by our Constitution is not impinged by this bill. As such, I say to all members in this place, if you truly respect the opinion and rights of Australians, you will support this bill. Thank you.
Order. Is the motion seconded? Call the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm proud to second this bill and I thank the member for Mayo for this very important legislation. The election hasn't even been called and Australians have started preparing to be bombarded with intrusive and unwanted political text messages pinging our phones at all hours of night and day. Already, you can hear a collective groan go up around the nation as Australians are spammed by the millions, interrupting family moments, our work or our downtime. Indeed, the last time I got a spam message was in this very chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, and at least when I was in the same room as the member who sent it to me, I could approach him and say, "Not just now." If only every other Australian could say the same, but unfortunately for them, there's nothing they can do. The Australian Communications and Media Authority has received 4,000 complaints about unsolicited texts this year, and it can't even act on a single one. And boy, are my constituents furious. The member for Mayo's bill introduces a simple amendment to the Spam Act to require all electronic messages containing electoral matter to include an unsubscribe or opt-out option. I was frankly shocked to learn this wasn't already required. But it's no accident, Mr Deputy Speaker, that politicians and political parties have a blanket carve-out from spam laws. It's by design. In many cases, if a business or individual sent a spam message like this, They could be prosecuted, but not us. Mr Deputy Speaker, when UAP first started sending texts, both the Coalition and Labor were quick to criticise. But I would ask, where are you now? This chamber's practically empty of government and opposition MPs. There's lots of big talk about protecting our democracy, but when it comes to legislating, nowhere to be found. And I think I know why. Our Constitution has an implied right of political freedom, which recognises that politicians need to communicate with their constituents. Very important. But in every other form of communication, you have a choice. You can switch the channel. You can close the browser. You can walk out of the room. With unsolicited texts, you don't get a say. The member for Mayo's bill strikes the right balance between legitimate political contact and the right to say no thank you. And I am very pleased to support her on this bill. It's what my constituents have asked me to do, it's what the Australian public are calling for, and I think it's something we could all get behind if we were serious about this. Now is the right time to clean up this aberration before the onslaught of our next election. I commend the member for Mayo for this piece of legislation, and I encourage every member of this House to get behind it and pass this bill.
Order. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. There being no further speakers, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made an order of the day for the next sitting. And I call the clerk.
Private members' business, notice number 8, Aged Care Amendment, Making Aged Care Fees Fairer Bill 2021.
And I call the member for Mayo.
I present the Aged Care Amendment Making Aged Care Fees Fairer Bill 2021 and the explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the Aged Care Act 1997 and for related purposes.
Call the member for Mayo.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Mr Deputy Speaker, the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety and recently the National Ageing Research Institute, known as NARI, have confirmed what we already know, that is, as we age, most Australians want to stay in our home for as long as we can. Not only would most older Australians prefer to stay in their own homes for as long as they can possibly do so, with the appropriate supports and services, but the Royal Commission also identified that this is the most cost-effective way to provide support. I could not agree more that the aged care system needs to be reviewed and rebuilt with the greatest haste possible. This needs to be done in engagement with older Australians about the care that they need and want, moving away from the four-sizes-fits-all approach to build individual support for individual needs. I appreciate the government's stated intention is to put in place a new Aged Care Act by 2023. However, in the meantime, in representing our communities, we need to do all that we can to positively influence this reform process and improve the system that is facing Australian and seniors and their families today. There are many regions in my electorate of Mayo where the median age is over 58 years and where half the community is aged over 65 years. As a result of hearing the concerns of many of my constituents regarding access to and the cost of aged care at home, I surveyed 15,000 Mayo residents aged 75 years or older regarding their experiences of home care under My Aged Care. Beyond reporting lengthy waiting lists, half of those respondents with packages advised me that they are unhappy or unclear about the administration and management fees charged under their home care packages. Half of those with packages reported that there had been no change to their package over time, and yet many were paying the same hefty management fees on their static package month after month. The Commonwealth spent more than $23 billion on aged care this financial year, and yet there is still too little transparency about how these taxpayer funds are spent by providers. The Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety received evidence that the average amount of support for an older Australian on a $52,000 per annum level 4 package was just 8 hours and 45 minutes each week. That is the highest level of home care a person can access. Too many receive far less, particularly in regional areas. This is not because aged care workers are getting paid, overpaid or even paid fairly. As I have discussed on several occasions in this place, we need to address the fact that the workers providing valued care to our older Australians are unjustly being paid 25% less than workers in the disability sector. I heard from Margaret this year, who reported that after she refused provider charges of $800 per month to manage 4 hours of care per week, she was offered a private arrangement of approximately $60 per hour by the provider, who planned to pay her carers only $28 an hour. She now engages a private cleaner at $30 an hour. Margaret is managing this herself because of her concerns that older Australians are being thoroughly taken advantage of, and that this is preventing others from accessing the care that they need. The great challenge is while there is an option for people to self-manage, many just don't have the capacity to do so. Another elderly woman has contacted me to say that she needs far more care than she currently receives. She managed to secure a level 2 package worth $1,270 per month. $575 of that money is taken out in administration and management fees. This represents nearly half of her package, which does not directly contribute to the much-needed care that she needs and deserves. They are sadly not isolated examples, as one constituent explained. The problem we often wonder about is how they arrive at their exorbitant fees and charges on top of the costs that they add to the services they do provide. Home care providers already have a legislative responsibility to keep package management fees and business costs to reasonable amounts. Clearly, some home care providers believe that taking 45% of a person's package is reasonable. My community and I beg to differ. If passed, this bill will require providers to identify the amount of a participant's home care fees, which is directly attributable to the costs of administering and managing the provision of aged care in the home. Other components may not be inflated or padded with additional administration and management fees. Fees for administration and management will be capped at 25% of lower-level packages and 20% at high-level home care packages. That is reasonable. This bill also prohibits approved providers charging exit fees, which in mid-2019 averaged at $225 for a published maximum exit amount, when a recipient of home care wished to leave the home care service and perhaps go to another one. This will give older Australians greater autonomy to exercise their choice of provider based upon the satisfaction of the services and fees charged for their care. This bill also requires providers to give prospective care recipients a list setting out comparable home care fees for at least 5 approved providers of the care sought in the area in which the recipient is seeking care. If there are fewer than 5 such providers of the care sought in that area, a list of fees must be provided for all approved providers that are delivering that service. This bill simply seeks to ensure that home care funding is used to provide more hours of actual care for older Australians and fairer wages for aged care workers, rather than being siphoned off by providers for other purposes. I therefore commend the Aged Care Amendment Making Aged Care Fees Fairer Bill 2021 to the House, and I would urge the government and the opposition, let's move on this issue soon. We can't leave it for a new act in the next parliament. People are suffering today. Let us address this issue urgently. Thank you.
I thank the member for Mayo. Is the motion seconded? Member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I second this motion. The member for Mayo is a crusader for a fairer aged care system. She represents one of our oldest electorates, and during her last 5 years in this place, she's fought tirelessly for senior Australians. Before the Aged Care Royal Commission exposed the system's failings in black and white, the member for Mayo shone a light on what people chose to ignore and urged the government to do better. Today is the next step in her fight with the Making Aged Care Fairer bill. Ageing at home is the clear preference of older Australians. Demand for home care packages is set to surge as the baby boomer generation ages. Yet, astoundingly, up to 45 to 50% of the costs of home care packages can go to management and administration fees. There's no way to tell if the reasonable fees that providers are allowed to charge bear any relationship to the actual cost involved. This bill will ensure that these fees are directly attributable to the costs to administer or manage the provision of home care to the recipient. This seeks to prevent price gouging and give older people and their families an informed choice and greater autonomy about their home care and what they pay for that care. The Royal Commission reported the most common concern among home care respondents to a survey was finance and administration, including value for money and transparency around fees and charges. High management fees could be justifiable if they went towards better wages for our aged care workers, but sadly this is not the case. Our aged care workforce is chronically underpaid and undervalued. The government's response to high management fees is to make pricing more transparent and let competition put downward pressure on the fees. Yet, the Royal Commission reported that despite increased pricing transparency measures, care management fees had increased as a proportion of all fees. So it doesn't seem to be working. And it's not simply about information scarcity or consumer choice. I represent hundreds of constituents in rural and regional areas who simply do not have a choice of providers. There's one provider and you take whatever they offer you, including possibly exorbitant fees, because it's better than nothing. You can't shop around. We need regulation like this so that we know that older Australians and their families aren't getting ripped off. Over 55,000 people are still waiting for a home care package. When their wait is over, let's make sure they get value for money and a high-quality service so they can age safely and happily in their home.
Order. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made for an order of the day for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private Members' Business Notice number 9, Protecting Pensioners from Cashless Debit Card Bill 2021.
I call the member for Bruce.
I present the Protecting Pensioners from the Cashless Debit Card Bill 2021 and explanatory memorandum.
I call the clerk. So, I call the member for Bruce.
No. He's got to then read it out.
Oh, I beg your pardon. Thank you. Right.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to cashless welfare arrangements to protect pensioners and other social security recipients and for other purposes.
Now I call the member for Bruce.
I move that this bill now be read a second time. Deputy Speaker, pensioners have a right to control how they spend their own money without the government and a private company controlling where they can shop and what they can buy. So I'm proud to introduce this bill, Protecting Pensioners from the Cashless Debit Card. It implements Labor's policy to scrap the government's cruel scheme, liberating thousands of Australians, including disability pensioners, carers and others already on this card, and protecting all pensioners from being forced onto this card. 80% of a person's payment is put on this privatised card, and a private company, Indue, controls when, where and how people can spend their own money. This card is dehumanising, degrading and results in horrible situations. One woman was forced to beg Indue for permission to buy a bra that fitted her from a shop that wasn't on the approved list, and she was forced to send in photos. This bill stops this government's privatisation of social security dead in its tracks. Now, the Morrison government has already wasted over $70 million on this private company Indue. That's $5,200 per card, more than many part pensioners get in an entire year. This has been a cash bonanza for Indue, yet the government wants to expand it. I challenge the government to stop misleading people and set the record straight about their plans. If they really don't want a national rollout, then they'll vote for this bill. They can't be trusted because they said the card was just a trial. But then the minister introduced legislation to make the card permanent before she'd even received the independent review, giving away their real game. As usual, the government's now literally pretending that they haven't said the things that came out of their own mouths. The Prime Minister forgets that TV cameras actually record things. A headline on Sky News said clearly the Prime Minister was eyeing a national rollout of the cashless debit card. The Minister said herself, she said, "We're seeking to put all income management onto the cashless debit card, the universal platform." Last year, the government introduced legislation into this parliament to give the minister the power to force all-age pensioners onto the card. Now, Australians are not stupid, Deputy Speaker. Ask yourself, why would you introduce legislation to force pensioners onto the card if that's not what you wanted to do? And there are already pensioners who've been forced onto the card. The Prime Minister said numerous times he considers that the age pension is, I quote, "a welfare payment for those who really, really need it." But he's not alone. His close mates, Senator Pauline Hanson and Clive Palmer, they agree. Senator Hanson said welfare recipients have, I quote, "lost their right to decide how to spend their money." If the Prime Minister wins the next election, pensioners will be forced onto this card, and they won't have enough cash to buy cheap food from the local fresh food market, or second-hand goods off the internet, or meals at the RSLs and local service clubs. It'll hurt small businesses and farmers' markets. Won't have enough cash to give to the grandkids. These are stories we've heard from people already on the card. And the 7:30 report spoke to a single mum who was forced onto the card who didn't have enough gold coins to make the donation to get into the school fete. Now, the bill also deals with the government's addiction to secrecy. It will force the minister to come clean, to release the secret contract with the private company Inju. It is the only social services contract that the government has not released. The rest are on their website, but this one's secret. The Senate demanded last week that the minister table the contract on Friday, and she's still refusing. It will also force the minister to release the secret documents about their plans to expand the scheme. Now, I've tried to get them through freedom of information laws, and the government refuses. And they said 2 weeks ago, well, there's simply too many documents to process. Australians deserve to know what this secret technology working group is actually doing. It's chaired by a government senator. It includes the big banks, Australia Post, the supermarkets, and it's trying to work out product-level blocking. Now, that is code for a private company, Inju, being able to control what brands and what sizes of goods in what shops people can buy with their own money. The minister has admitted, again on the record, on the television, the reason they haven't forced the card onto major cities is, I quote, "because we need to deal with this technology issue which we're now close to resolving." This bill is sensible, it's not radical, and provides for transition. It forces the minister to prepare a jobs and services plan for each affected community by the end of January, when the card ends. And so finally the question is, will this bill pass? I believe it will pass if the government allows a vote. Some Liberal MPs don't support the scheme. The member for Bass spoke powerfully in this chamber against the bill to expand the trials, but was bullied by the Prime Minister into voting for it. Liberal MPs always say one thing in their electorates and do another thing here in Canberra. The member for Bass and others who privately don't like the card, they need to put their money where their mouth is and cross the floor to allow a vote. And if the government is not stopped, the consequences are horrendous. Millions of Australians will be forced onto this privatised scheme, expanding the suffering and indignity. Now, if the bill doesn't pass before the elections, then we know the government's intentions are clear and the battle lines are drawn. Liberals want to expand their scheme, but a Labor government will fight privatisation and protect pensioners by scrapping this nasty, cruel cashless pension card scheme once and for all. And I invite the member for Richmond to make some remarks in seconding the bill.
Is the motion seconded?
Deputy Speaker.
I call the member for Richmond.
I'm very, very proud to be seconding this bill, protecting pensioners from the cashless debit card, because this bill will finally end the Morrison government's cruel, heartless and failed cashless debit card. It will end it for those currently on the card, and it will stop the Liberals and Nationals from rolling it out across the country to others on income support payments and to those on the age pension. We in Labor stand by those in those trial sites who have currently been forced onto the card, and we will keep fighting to stop the Morrison government forcing more people onto it. We know it's the Morrison government's plan to expand it because they've listed the age pension in the legislation, and they keep on talking about making it universal. The minister responsible, Senator Rushton, said that the card should have a more universal platform. The Prime Minister himself said the card is commending itself for further application. The Communications Minister has said that our Liberal National Government is committed to the cashless debit card. And the member for Hinkle, who said, "I think it's now time to take the evidence on board and roll it out across the country." Well, we don't agree with you. In contrast, we've made it very clear that if elected, Labor will scrap this card because it does not work and it imposes harsh measures on the thousands who've been forced onto it against their will. But we know if the Morrison government gets their way, they will expand it out across the country. We already know there are 14 pensioners, aged pensioners, who've been forced onto it, bringing the total number of aged pensioners to 20. And this is a card where 80% of your income is controlled by the government. They get to choose where and when you spend your money. And of course, in their ongoing outsourcing of welfare, they have this scheme run by a private company, Inju. No accountability, no transparency. We also know the Morrison government is working with the banks. They've got a technology working group specifically designed to roll out the cashless debit card. Deputy Speaker, so many people have contacted us detailing how being forced onto this card has impacted their lives. The usage of the card is very restricted. The card is often declined. People can't buy food or basic groceries. They can't pay their rent. They're forced into bankruptcy. They can't make car payments. They can't buy second-hand clothes because they can't access cash to buy it. It is absolutely devastating, and many people have had their dignity taken away. Like Bianca, who has to wear plus-size bras. She can only afford to buy this specific bra on eBay, which is a blocked merchant under this scheme. So Inju insisted she first send a photo of the bra, then get permission to buy it, and then show proof of purchase. That is appalling. Or Jocelyn, who's 65 years old, on a disability pension and forced onto the cashless welfare card just because of where she lives. And Deputy Speaker, I'd like to acknowledge all those individuals and groups across the country who have been fighting against this card for years. We are with you. We are with you in fighting the Morrison government's plan to expand the card. And we know they want to expand it to aged pensioners, and then they can say goodbye to cheap food and drinks at your local club, having cash to give the grandkids, being able to access cash to go to their local op shop or garage sale. That's what they're going to take from our aged pensioners, the people who built this nation. This is insulting, it's demeaning, and it is downright wrong. And this is why this bill must be supported. And if the Liberals and Nationals refuse here to vote on this bill in Parliament, then we'll fight this issue every day up until the next election. The choice is very clear. The Liberals and Nationals want to expand the cashless debit card, and Labor is committed to scrapping it once and for all. And we're committed to that because Labor is on your side. We will stand up and fight for you every day. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned, and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next sitting. I call the clerk.
Private members' business notice number 10, International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian People.
I call the Chief Opposition Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I move the motion relating to the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian People in the terms which appears in the notice paper. As we approach the 29th of November, I take the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the Palestinian people and stand united in their struggle for self-determination. When the Oslo agreements were drafted in 1993, they were intended to give the Palestinian people autonomy. However, 28 years later, the military occupation continues to control the lives of Palestinians and their access to basic necessities of life, including the vital water supply. Under the Oslo agreements, Israel retains exclusive control over almost all the water resources. The agreements allocate 80% of the mountain aquifer water to the Israeli use and 20% to the Palestinians. Now, apart from the human rights implications that arises, it is quite concerning that given over the last 28 years, the Palestinian population over the occupied West Bank has nearly doubled. Due to these restrictions, the Palestinian Authority is forced to purchase significant water supply from Makrop, the Israel's national water company. This issue is further complicated by the very poor Palestinian water pipelines, which have the effect of about a third of the water supply, I'm advised, is being lost to leakage. The water shortage in the West Bank is acute in summer, and Makrop restricts the water supply for the high demands of the Israeli settlements. As a result, the average water consumption for all Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza falls well below the World Health Organization recommended minimum levels. Access to necessities such as water is an inalienable human right, and unfortunately these rights are not being realised due to military occupation. Clearly this is inhumane and unjust, and we must work towards affording self-determination to the Palestinian people, including a future that is based on peace, dignity, justice and security. I acknowledge there are many obstacles to the ongoing peace process, particularly the need for urgent action in respect to settlements, Jerusalem, the Gaza blockade and the humanitarian situation in the occupied territories. I believe it falls to countries like Australia, who believe in the dignity of all people, to become more engaged in the process, addressing the needs for a tangible process towards the creation of a Palestinian state, while ensuring respect and security for a Jewish homeland. I genuinely accept the right of the Jewish state to exist and for her to be able to defend the rights and freedoms of its people. However, I firmly believe the future of the Jewish state, and indeed the region, depends on Israel's ability to live in peace with its neighbours, including a Palestinian state. On this note, I call on the government to ensure that Australia is working constructively to support security and the human rights of Palestinians, including the unequivocal commitment to a just and enduring two-state solution consistent with international law. While slightly digressing, I'd also take this opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to reiterate my concerns about Mohammed El-Halabi, the former director of the World Vision Australia in Gaza and the West Bank. Mr El-Halabi has been charged on allegations of funneling $50 million of World Vision aid money to a terrorist group, Hamas. Now, although investigations have been conducted by the Department of Foreign Affairs, independent auditors, as well as World Vision itself, have all failed to show any evidence of money was actually diverted, Mr El-Halabi remains in prison. He has served. He's severely been restricted in terms of his legal defence throughout his 4-year ordeal, depriving him of a fair trial, and has been forced to attend over 150 court appearances without yet any substantial evidence of the allegations made against him being made. I have been in contact by Mr El-Halabi's distressed father on a number of occasions now with regards to his son's plight, and accordingly I use this opportunity to renew my call for the international community to continue to place pressure on the Israelis to finalise Mr Halabi's trial without further delay. I look forward to a future where Israel and Palestine can coexist in peace and harmony, and I echo the views of Benedict, Pope Emeritus. Let the two-state solution become a reality, not remain a dream.
Order. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr Speaker. I move to second the motion.
I call the member for Wentworth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I thank the member for Fowler for moving this motion in international solidarity with the people of Palestine, and indeed much of what he said I agree with, and particularly his support for the right of the Palestinian people to self-determination. I, like the Australian government, and I think many Australians, support the notion of two states for two peoples living alongside one another peacefully and in coexistence. Unfortunately, a peace process, that has been engaged in over many years, has not led to the establishment of a Palestinian state to date, and as the member for Fowler articulated, there have been numerous obstacles to this. If this were easy, of course, it would have been done by now, so we shouldn't underestimate the difficulties that are involved in all of this. But I think my enduring lesson from my time as the Australian ambassador to Israel is that there are two things that need to happen effectively for peace to come about. Firstly, Israel will only make the necessary territorial concessions that are needed for peace once its security is assured. And secondly, Palestinians will only make the necessary identity concessions, if you like, once the Palestinians are reconciled to Israel's existence. And for both of those elements are missing to date, and they have been missing really indeed throughout the process, whether it was the UN partition plan of 1947 and 1948, which was rejected, whether it was the 3 no's of the Khartoum summit, which rejected Israel's right to exist, whether it was the failure of the Camp David process or the Annapolis process, or even indeed the John Kerry-led process launched during the Obama administration.
Order. The time allotted for this debate has expired. Sorry, the question is that the motion be agreed to. The time allotted for this debate has expired. The debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order for the next day of sitting. I call the Leader of Opposition Business.
Thanks very much, Deputy Speaker. I seek leave to move the following motion. The House notes: A. Last week, the Morrison-Joyce government voted down a privileges motion given precedence by the Speaker for the first time since Federation. B. Media reports that, and I quote, Liberal backbenchers were completely horrified, end quote, by that vote, which protected the member for Pearce from having to disclose the sources of donations. C. This renders the register of members' interests completely meaningless. And D. Those same backbenchers now have the chance to put things right and restore basic standards of transparency and integrity to this parliament. 2. The House provides leave for the Manager of Opposition Business to once again move a motion to refer the member for Pearce to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests.
Is leave granted?
Leave is not granted.
I call the member for Opposition Business.
I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent the Manager of Opposition Business from moving the following motion immediately. 1. The House notes A. Last week, the Morrison-Joyce government voted down a privileges motion given precedence by the Speaker for the first time since Federation. 2. Media reports that, quote, Liberal backbenchers were completely horrified, end quote, by that vote, which protected the member for Pearce from having to disclose the sources of donations. C. This renders the register of members' interests completely meaningless. And D. Those same backbenchers now have the chance to put things right and restore basic standards of transparency and integrity to this parliament. 2. The House provides leave for the Manager of Opposition Business to once again move a motion to refer the member for Pearce to the Committee of Privileges and Members' Interests. It's no good telling the media privately that you think last week's vote was a terrible thing if you were part of that vote. Absolutely. And so every one of those members who wants to go off to the media or to their electorate and claim nothing to do with them, change your vote today.
Order. I call the Assistant Minister.
Mr Speaker, I move that the member be no longer heard.
All of those of that opinion say aye. Against?
No.
I think the ayes have it.
Noes have it.
Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Richard is here. Hang on. personal that's in place. They've got a colour-coded spreadsheet to determine who can talk.
Guess what colour?
You all say that you do these things reluctantly, but you all got through these things.
Far too long.
How are you? Will you let them talk? You all love this day. Thank you. I only want 10 minutes. I did have a haircut. 10 words.
Lock the doors. Order. The question is that the Manager of Opposition Business be no further heard. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Nichols and Gray, tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Lawler, tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 52. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. Is the motion seconded? The member for Isaacs.
Seconded. This government has opened the door to corruption and opened the door to bribery of
The Leader of the House has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I move that the member be no longer heard.
The Leader of the House has moved that the member for Isaacs be no further heard. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. And again, this is a successive division, so members need to remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or leaving the chamber, in which case they must report to the tellers. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or did not vote in the last division, in which case they need to tell the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 52. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the motion moved by the Manager of Opposition Business be disagreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Again, members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or leaving the chamber, in which case they must report to the tellers. Lock the doors. I appoint the same tellers as the previous division. Members must remain in their seats unless they're changing their vote or did not vote in the last division, in which case they need to inform the tellers. Order. The result of the division is ayes 55, noes 52. The question is therefore resolved in the affirmative.
Order. Order. If people could please leave the chamber quietly. I've received a message from the Senate, returning the following bills without amendment or requests: the Customs Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021, Customs Tariff Amendment Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement Implementation Bill 2021 without requests, and Financial Sector Reform Hayne Royal Commission Response Better Advice Bill 2021, and B, informing the House that Senator Croghan has been appointed a participating member of the Joint Select Committee on Australia's Family Law System, the Joint Select Committee on Implementation of the National Redress Scheme, the Joint Standing Committee on the National Broadband Network, and the Joint Select Committee on Road Safety, and Senator Sheldon has been appointed a member of the Parliamentary Standing on Public Works. I call the clerk.
Government Business Notice Number 1, Committee Membership.
I call the Assistant Minister.
Mr Speaker, on behalf of the Leader of the House, I move the motion relating to the appointment of members to certain committees in the terms in which they appear on the notice paper.
All of those of that opinion? Against that? Carried. I call the clerk.
Government Business Order of the Day Number 1, Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images, Protection and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021. Second reading.
I call the Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I present the explanatory memorandum to the bill, and I move that the bill now be read for a second time.
I call the Minister.
I move the bill now be read a third time.
There'd be a speech there.
Oh, you want to sum it up. Right, job. Sorry. My apologies, Mr Speaker. The purpose of the bill is to protect sponsorship and licensing revenue from the International Cricket ICC T20 World Cup 2020. The T20 World Cup is being undermined and by ambushed marketing, which is the unauthorised commercial use in the event of insignia or expressions and images. This will be achieved by including the T20 World Cup as a recognised major sporting event under the Major Sporting Events, Insignia and Images Protection Act of 2014, known as the Act. The bill will also take the opportunity to remove schedules relating to two historical sporting events that are no longer provide protections under the Act, being the Asian Football Federation, the AFC Cup, the Asian Cup 2015 and the ICC Cricket World Cup of 2015. The bill is consistent with the approach the Australian government took when it legislated to protect the insignia and images for the Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games, the AFC Asian Cup 2015 ICC Cricket World Cup, 2015 Melbourne 2006 Commonwealth Games and Sydney 2000 Olympic Games. It also meets a commitment by the Australian government to provide such intellectual property rights protection for the T20 World Cup. The hosting of the T20 World Cup in Australia provides a unique opportunity to showcase our country to the world from a tourism, trade and event delivery perspective. It will further strengthen Australia's reputation as a world-class host for major international sporting events, with the Australian government playing a crucial role in facilitating the appropriate environment that makes such success possible. The T20 World Cup will see the world's 10 best women's teams and 16 best men's teams coming to Australia to play 2020 cricket, with the potential broadcasting and digital audiences reaching in excess of 1.5 billion people from more than 200 countries worldwide. These T20 World Cup teams will represent the pinnacle of international sporting competition and include some of the world's most talented male and female cricketers. The Women's T20 World Cup tournament will take place in February to March of 2020, with the Men's T20 World Cup tournament scheduled for October-November for the same year. For the owners and organisers of the T20 World Cup, this is international profile that makes the opportunity to showcase the sport of cricket, build a legacy and attract commercial partners that will invest in the event and cricket into the future. Event owners and organisers rely heavily on revenue generated by television rights, ticket sales, sponsorship and licensing to ensure that their event can be delivered and continues to be an attractive and viable financial position to future host countries. It is this profile and these commercial realities that necessitate the sorts of protections that are proposed for the T20 World Cup in this bill. Major events have long been targeted for those that would seek to create an impression of an association with the event in order to achieve commercial gain without having purchased the rights, and therefore invest into the sport to claim that associations. This Act, known as the Ambush Marketing Association, has the capacity to diminish the value of sponsorship, reduce incentives for organisations to enter into commercial arrangements with the event, and reduce the overall event revenue. In turn, this has been the ability to increase the financial impact on government to support such events. The bill will protect the use of a range of expressions associated with the T20 World Cup from ambush marketing and unlicensed commercial use in the lead-up to and during the immediate aftermath of the T20 World Cup. In addition to protecting specific event-relating terminology, the bill also provides protection to certain images that, in circumstances of their presentation, suggest or are likely to suggest a connection with the T20 World Cup. These images may be either visual or oral representations. While it is important to protect the T20 World Cup sponsorship from ambush marketing, the rights of the community to freedoms of expression must also be respected, particularly in relation to the words that have passed into common usage. The pragmatic approach has been taken with generic words to be referenced, excluded from the list of protected expressions. It must also be emphasised that restrictions on the usage of T20 World Cup insignia and images will only apply to their unlicensed commercial use. A number of exceptions will exist in relation to the T20 World Cup, allowing for the continued operation of rights and liability under the Trademarks Act of 1995, Design Act of 2003 and the Copyrights of 1968. The provisions of information, criticism and review of the T20 World Cup, such as newspapers, magazines and broadcasters. Use of the protected insignia and images for reasonable needs for the sporting bodies in relation to fundraising and promotion. And finally, the communities and businesses to engage in city dressing and festival promotion supporting T20 World Cup to non-commercial ways. In line with the Australian Government deregulation agenda, the bill is not intended to increase the burden of business or affect their everyday operations. The bill fully protects the rights of the existing holders to use T20 World Cup insignia and images to carry out their business functions. Mr Speaker, the T20 World Cup schedule proposed in the bill will cease to have an effect as of 30th of November 2021, approximately 1 year after the completion of the T20 World Cup. This is consistent with other major sporting events protected by the Act.
Minister, the question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call a member for... Oh, Breen, I was looking to...
I wish to draw your attention, Speaker, to the state of the House.
Quorum required. Ring the bells. I was focusing on Paddy for his knockout speech. Hey? Yeah, but the legislation that protected that's now redundant and they're moving it on to other things. I think it's sad that the member for Brand doesn't want to hear the member for Shortland's speech.
She wouldn't be the first person on the list to action. She won't be the last one to see that.
What's the number? 16. Five, 26, 27. Just about there. Quorum present.
You said you have trouble past 12.
I call the member for Shortland. Sorry, I'll state the question. The question is that this bill be now read a second time. I call the member for Shortland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I very proudly rise to speak on the Major Sporting Events, Indices and Images Protection and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2021, which does two things. It amends the Major Sporting Events Protection Act of 2014 and amends the Sport Integrity Act 2020. And Labor supports this bill, which was introduced in the Senate on the 16th of June this year. And I'll deal with those two aspects, the two bills, separately. The Major Sporting Events, Indices and Images Protection Bill provides protection for major sporting events against ambush marketing. In simple terms, ambush marketing describes unauthorised businesses associating their name, brands, products or services with a major sporting event. Unauthorised means businesses that do not have commercial rights and are not licensed sponsors or corporate partners, for example. The Act needs to be updated because it currently includes schedules for the 2018 Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, a great event which is now in the past, and the postponed ICC T20 World Cup 2020. The bill amends the Act to remove references to these two events. It also adds the FIFA 2023 Women's World Cup and the rescheduled ICC T20 World Cup, which is now due to be held in 2022. Labor was proudly first to publicly express our support for Australia's bid to host the FIFA 23 Women's World Cup, which of course was successful. Hosting the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup is a huge opportunity for Australia. I commend Football Australia's goal of reaching gender parity in grassroots participation by 2027, which will no doubt be aided by a World Cup on home soil. Although I would make the point that we desperately need more facilities for the increased female participation in football, particularly in my electorate where we're seeing female players having to get changed in cars out the back in the bush, and it's the most unwelcoming state of affairs. While we're talking about major sporting events, it would be remiss of me not to mention the wonderful news in July that Australia will host its third Olympic Games in 2032. Congratulations to Queensland Premier Anastasia Palaszczuk and her government, the Council of South East Queensland Mayors, the Australian Olympic Committee, the federal government and everyone involved in Brisbane's successful bid. In July and August, the efforts and achievements of our Australian Olympic and Paralympic teams in Tokyo lifted the spirits of millions of Australians in lockdown, amazed and entertained us and did us all proud. I know I'm not alone in already being excited about the opportunity for our athletes to represent Australia in front of huge crowds in 2032. COVID-19 forced the postponement of the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup, which was meant to be held last year but is now scheduled for 2022. I hope Australia's vaccination rollout is advanced enough by then that it can run smoothly, because postponements and cancellations hit hard. And it's not just the financial toll on the bottom line. It's the effort that goes into planning and preparing for major events, both for athletes and organisers. It's a challenge of having to do it all again, as well as finding space in already crowded sporting calendars. I'm sure all members of this House sincerely hope that the current obstacles to international major sporting events will soon be a thing of the past. That's certainly my hope, because the T20 World Cup, FIFA Women's World Cup and Brisbane Olympics are not the only major sporting events on the horizon for Australia. Next year, Australia will host the Women's Basketball World Cup, the World Athletics Cross Country Championships, the UCI Road Cycling World Championships and the Virtus Oceania Asia Games for intellectual impairment. In 2023, in addition to the FIFA Women's World Cup, Australia will host the World Transport Games. In 2025, we've got ICF Canoe Slalom World Championships, where Australia's own Tokyo Olympic gold and bronze medalist Jess Fox is lauded as the greatest ever individual paddler. And in 2026, Australia will host the UCI BMX World Championships. And Mr Deputy Speaker, I've got my fingers crossed that Australia might also win the right to host the Rugby World Cup in 2027. As a proud, I know the member opposite's a proud rugby union player, and as a proud member of the Southern Beaches Old Salts and an old boy of Briars and Gosford Red Devils, I certainly am very hopeful that we win the rights for that World Cup. And there are a few more still up for grabs. These major sporting events entertain and inspire Australians. They boost tourism, trade and our economy and strengthen our international ties, to name just a few of their benefits. So it's important that we protect these events through updates like this to the Major Sporting Events Protection Act 2014. These protections provided by the amendments in this bill are standard and necessary for major sporting events hosted in Australia. They mirror protections for past sporting events. The addition of the FIFA 23 Women's World Cup to the schedule under the Act was one of the government guarantees required by FIFA in order for Australia to secure the event. As such, it is supported by Football Australia. The addition of the T20 World Cup is a protection expected by the International Cricket Council and therefore supported by the ICC T20 World Cup 2022 Local Organising Committee. So Labor supports the amendments that this bill seeks to make to the Major Sporting Events Protection Act 2014. We do intend to, I will be moving a second reading amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting the following words. Whilst not declining to give the bill a second reading, the House, one, notes the importance of rights protection for hosting major sporting events and supports the changes to this bill protect the FIFA Women's World Cup, Australia-New Zealand 2023 and the ICC T20 World Cup 2022 from ambush marketing, and two, calls on the government to further support Australia's ability to host international sporting events by implementing an effective national quarantine system to ensure COVID-safe travel for sports teams and officials. I now have a few very brief comments on the other aim of this bill, which is to amend the Sport Integrity Australia Act 2020. That bill deals with Australia's sports integrity arrangements and also requires an update in order to correct references to articles of the World Anti-Doping Code, the WADA Code. As a signatory to the UNESCO International Convention Against Doping in Sport, Australia is required to implement anti-doping arrangements in accordance with the principles of the WADA Code. Revisions to the code earlier this year also resulted in changes to the numbering of articles within the code. The amendments proposed in this bill simply update the Sport Integrity Australia Act 2020 to reflect the current article numbering, and Labor supports this bill.
Order is the amendment seconded. I call the honourable member for Brand.
The amendment is seconded, and I call your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum present. I ring the bells.
I'm not allowed to leave, am I, until the start of the saying that? No, you don't want to interrupt someone.
It's been waiting a while.
Well, he's a goalie. He's used to waiting around, isn't he?
Well, soccer.
Yeah, the goalkeeper. How's his fingers after the state of origin?
Yeah, it's good, man.
When there was a modern European masters exhibition in Queensland, and it had been got Starry and like no, that's not much. Share first.
Embraced all of us. Inhaled a fair bit of it. Tim? All right. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 more. 31. 1, 3 more. No one, Ross, was it one? 2 more. One, can you count for 2? That's it.
Quorum present. Order. The original question was that this bill be now read a second time. To this, the honourable member for Shortland has moved as an amendment that all words after that be omitted with a view to substituting other words. If it suits the House, I will state the question in the form that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Ford.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise and speak on the major sporting events, indicia and images protection and other legislation amendment bill 2021. As we know, with these major sporting events, one of the great reasons for their success is the ability to attract sponsorship. But the value of that sponsorship is directly related to the level of comfort that the sponsors have that the legal right to use the indicia of that tournament as a sponsor is protected and maintained. And as we know, global sports sponsorship reached a record $65 billion at the beginning of 2019, but obviously, as with many things, with COVID, it has dropped to some $17.2 billion in 2020. But as we see major sporting events start to ramp up again as we come out of the COVID crisis, it's critically important that we protect those rights of those sponsors who have paid good money to sponsor those tournaments, have their brand associated with that tournament, to prevent ambush marketing, and that's critically important. And in particular in relation to this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, It relates to the 2020 World Cup, or the ICC T20 World Cup in 2022, towards the end of next year here in Australia, and also the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2023, which will be a tremendous event for this nation. It was terrific to see the Matildas back on the pitch on the weekend on home soil with a terrific 3-1 win over Brazil. Well, this bill is about protecting those intellectual property rights that go with these major sporting events. In addition, it updates the Act to remove the protections around the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games, AFC Asian Cup, ICC Cricket World Cup from 2015 and the Women's T20 World Cup. But on reflection, you look back at those tournaments, Mr Deputy Speaker, or those events, what a great success and statement they are for Australia and its ability to hold world-class sporting events. And as we all know, and as you well know, Mr Deputy Speaker, we're looking forward to 2032 when the Olympics in our home state of Queensland, particularly with a range of events around the southeast corner, but other parts of the state as well. As the member for Shortland previously outlined, our congratulations to the AOC, the federal government and all the work that Sports Minister Senator Colbeck has done, that Ted O'Brien, the Special Envoy, the state government, the South East Queensland Council of Mayors. It's a terrific achievement, and now we have plenty of work to do between now and 2032. But if we have a look at some of the other great sporting events that are going to occur in this country in the next 10 years, it's not just about the Olympic Games. As I said, this bill particularly mentions the ICC T20 World Cup next year and the FIFA Women's World Cup in 2023. We also have some other great events coming up. The British Lions Tour in 2025, the Netball World Cup in 2027 are great lead-ups to the Olympic Games in 2032. And we know from events past, and we can go back all the way to the Olympics in Sydney in 2000 or the Melbourne Commonwealth Games in 2006, it's not just about the sport that occurs on the field. It's about all of the other activities that occur outside of that. The tourism opportunities, the opportunity to be, for business to be involved in providing services and supplies to those sporting events. It's the opportunity for the arts to engage in those people who are coming for the sporting events, but to have arts events on as well to create an opportunity to do some tourism stuff, some arts, and attend the sporting games. And I know the member for Bennelong, who's going to be speaking on this bill a little bit later, he for many years has supported the idea of putting together a complete package for somebody that's coming to a major sporting event that includes some tourism aspects, as well as maybe going to the cinema or to the opera or to a concert or something like that, to support the arts industry as well, and I'm sure he'll speak on that in his contribution. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, as I look across my electorate of Ford, and whilst these events may not rank in the scheme of the events that we're seeking to protect with this bill, I look at the many local sporting events of a significant nature for our sporting communities, whether it's the Pacific Island Cultural Rugby League Carnival, whether it's the Indigenous Rugby League Carnival, whether it's the Skate Australia titles that occur in the Skate Centre at Mount Warren Park. All of these events, whether they're large, as in what we're trying to do here on a national basis, or whether they're local sport events, create the opportunity for our communities to benefit, and they bring people into our communities. And one of the things that, on reflection, we probably don't do particularly well when we have major sporting events in our electorates is work with those organisers to work out how we can encourage the people that attend that to go to a local tourism hotspot, or to go and take the advantage of some local arts and culture. So whilst we can do this on a national basis, I think it also gives us the opportunity to do that on a local basis. And in a little way, we tried to do that recently with the Brisbane to Gold Coast Cycle Classic. which I had the joy of being part of. But courtesy of flights down here, I only got to do the 40-kilometre leg. I didn't have to do the whole 100 k's, which is probably better, Mr Deputy Speaker. But what a terrific event! Yet, there's 4,500 riders riding from Brisbane to the Gold Coast, with a pit stop at Eagleby in my electorate. Yet, sadly, there was very little, if any, marketing of that event in and around Logan, to make people aware that that event was actually stopping there at Eagleby, and to come down and support the riders, say hello. Some of our local councillors came down. Miriam Stemp, the councillor for Division 10, came down. It was terrific to see her there. But you've got 4,500 cyclists coming through your community. What a terrific opportunity to have some local marketing around that and get people involved in that. And you could also, if you wanted to, you could do the ride from Eagleby down to the Gold Coast, which was a 60-kilometre leg as well. So it's about these local opportunities as well as these major sporting events which get all the limelight, but these local big sporting events are also of tremendous value and benefit to our communities. So I commend this bill to the House, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank the honourable member for Ford. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Everyone knows that Australians love sport. We don't just love playing it, we love watching it. And we'll love watching it in Brisbane in 2032 as Brisbane and the good people of Queensland host a very exciting Olympic Games. And I congratulate everyone involved in that win and everyone involved in making it a reality. But Australians love watching sport. We love watching it in the pub, we love watching it in person at our great stadiums, and we love watching it on our flat-screen TVs. Australia's history of loving games, watching sport, is something that is also consistent with the history of the First Nations people of Australia, who integrated sport into the culture and their ways of organising their communities, and indeed in passing down their stories for thousands and thousands of years. And as Australia has grown as a nation, some of our most important moments have come from sporting achievements. Hosting the 1956 Olympics in Melbourne. It was 1962 when Perth hosted what was then known as the Empire Games. Western Australia built on that tradition, hosting the America's Cup in 1987 in Fremantle. And I was a very little child in Fremantle at the time, but my parents have very fond memories of the excitement that the America's Cup brought, not just to Australia, but specifically to the great port town of Fremantle in Western Australia. And then in 2000, when Australia stopped and watched Cathy Freeman win gold at the Sydney Olympics. This tradition continues through to this day. In March 2020, just before the pandemic changed the world, the Australian women's cricket team won the T20 final as almost 90,000 fans watched on. That's why Labor supports this bill. It will make important changes to ensure Australia can continue to host major sporting events. And it has also taught us the concept of ambush marketing in sport. There is unfortunately too much counterfeit and ambush marketing when it comes to people trying to steal the enthusiasm that people have for these games to make a quick buck, and none of that money goes back into the sports or the sports people or the community sport, which is where it should go. I do admire the government's connection of this to the International Covenant on Economic, Cultural and Social Rights, where they have very appropriately noted that there is a right to culture and that that right to culture includes a right to sports and games. It also includes a right to sports and cultural infrastructure. And in the Perth electorate, we have some very important and much loved sports and cultural infrastructure, including the WACA, the WA Cricket Association ground in my electorate of Perth, in East Perth, which has had a very proud past, from those Empire Games to some of those great cricket matches of years gone past. I remember going to the WACA as a member of the Fremantle Dockers cheer squad when they used to play the night games at the Wacker, well before Optus Stadium was even a concept in people's mind. And I also have in my electorate Beatty Park, which was host to much of the swimming for the Commonwealth or then Empire Games, but today struggles a little because it doesn't have quite the investment that it needs to make sure that it can continue to train up people. I mean, it's great for kids, and I also want to congratulate Mary McColl for the upgrades they've made to the community part of that pool, but it is a huge struggle for the local councils and community organisations who get these brand new assets that then 40, 50 plus years later, they are struggling to maintain them. And it's also, some of this is a struggle when we talk about protecting the cultural and intellectual property when it comes to sporting paraphernalia, sporting merchandise, is that you don't want to let small businesses become the unintended ones punished for just sharing their enthusiasm for sport. We need to find a way so that small business can be as enthusiastic about upcoming cricket tournaments, upcoming Olympics in Australia, make sure that we provide ways for them to show their support rather than just using the punishment that can be dished out under this legislation. And while we know that so much community sport and indeed professional sport has been hit hard by the pandemic, we've also had some unique opportunities to show the potential that Australia has as a host of major sporting events. Last month we saw Western Australia's potential when we hosted the AFL Grand Final. This year's Grand Final was an historic event for Western Australia, an historic event for Perth, and a historic event for Australia. The AFL may have a contract that says the Grand Final will remain in Melbourne until 2059, but everyone will remember that in 2021 Perth did an outstanding job as host. It was a large event that took much preparation. I congratulate everyone involved in that successful day. Over 61,266 people attended that match, and I'm sure there were a few who snuck in without the appropriate tickets as well. But it demonstrated just the strength and importance of sport to our local economy. 2,600 staff worked on that day. New West Foods, a family-run business in Malaga, supplied some 9,000 kilograms of potato chips, 6,000 pieces of flathead fish, 12,000 party pies, 14,000 chicken wings. Smorgasbord supplied tonnes of WA-grown fresh vegetables, including some 600 kilograms of cubed pumpkin. The Spice Merchants, not to be confused with the Spice Girls, supplied 1,000 kilograms of spices and produced 10,000 naan breads. Cheeky Brothers produced 4,000 pizzas. It was estimated that the entire event added some $50 million to the WA economy. And while the long-term economic benefits are not yet known, Western Australia well and truly showed our capacity to hold national and international world-class sporting events. It was also great to see Dr Richard Wally welcoming to country every one of those 61,266 people who were there and the millions watching online and on their TV screens. And Dr Wally described his welcome to country as a modern-day passport, which I thought was a really beautiful analogy when we talk about welcoming people here to Australia for sporting events. And we did have some spectacular local musicians and performing artists, including Baker Boy, John Butler, Eskimo Joe, although I was personally disappointed that Eskimo Joe did not do their classic from the 1990s of Sweater. Maybe they'll be able to play that at next year's grand final. And it was all possible because of the outstanding job that Premier McGowan and the West Australian Government have done in managing the pandemic. If Clive Palmer and the Prime Minister had had their way, WA's border would have been open and we would have never had the opportunity to host that grand final. Indeed, those 61,266 people who watched it in person would not have had that chance. The 2,600 people who had jobs created as a result of that would not have had the chance. And that's why we need a federal government that's willing to work with Western Australia rather than against us. The example was shown in the Empire Games in 1962. That was a project that was worked on between state and federal governments. It was a huge success. Over the course of the Games, some 210,000 people attended. Remarkable when you think about the struggles of air travel at that period of time, the cost of air travel, even to get across from one side of Australia to the other, and the fact that Western Australia's population at the time was only some 800,000 people. We had 873 athletes representing some 35 nations performing in front of 30,000 fans day after day at Perry Lakes Stadium. It showcased the iconic parts of West Australian life, with the road cycle race taking place in Kings Park. As Cynthia Robertson said in the Australian Women's Weekly on 28 November 1962, quote, "It is no wonder the city is bursting, both at the seams and with pride. The pride has increased daily as more and more people have arrived by road, rail, sea and air, and Perth has properly gotten into its international swing." That's the power of having these major events here in Australia. It is power that this legislation protects for the future, to make sure that Australia continues to be seen as a strong and stable location for these international sporting events. One of the reasons Perth was so eager to host those games in 1962 was the hope it would help draw attention to the city and help grow the population. I think it's fair to say the games were a success, as recently Perry Lakes Stadium was demolished so more homes could be built to house Perth's ever-growing population. And fortunately, Western Australia has the chance to build on our tradition with a number of upcoming sporting events. Recently, Perth was selected as a host city for the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, an event this bill specifically caters for. This event will deliver millions of dollars worth of economic benefits and jobs for Western Australians. And it's one of the reasons I support the amendment moved by the member for Shortland, identifying that there is so much more opportunity that the government could be out there grabbing in future events. And there are so many things, just like the Empire Games, that are out there looking for a home in a post-pandemic world where Australia could be the solution. I want to draw the House's attention in particular to the search for a host for the 2027 Special Olympics. There is an opportunity for that to be hosted in Perth, and there is indeed a committee that has been formed to explore the economic benefits and the costs of Perth being the host for that. I recently met with them and I was thoroughly impressed with how much they had thought through the needs of the participants, but also how they had worked through the economic opportunities for Australia, not just for Perth, not just for Western Australia, for the entire country. And it should be noted that while it wasn't didn't get as much notice as the Commonwealth Games in 1962, Paralympic Games that was hosted in that same year was also a proud achievement for Western Australia. The 2027 Special Olympics would be an opportunity for Perth to again showcase its history as a place for inclusive sporting events. It's the largest humanitarian event in the world, and it's not just a sporting activity, it is a global movement for inclusion. Some 8,000 athletes with intellectual disabilities compete. 170 nations participate across 26 sports over 10 days. And if that was to be held in Perth in Western Australia, it would be an opportunity to recognise and celebrate some 700,000 Australians who live with an intellectual disability. It would be a significant boost for Perth. It's got to be looked at carefully, and we've got to consider this. And I know that the government here in Canberra is looking at it carefully with their bureaucrats, and I wish them all the best in doing so. Ultimately, this bill is about ensuring the commercial opportunities of sport remain available to Australians. Without the protections in this bill, Australia would be unable to host the transformational events we've held in the past. While it's important we have these protections, we must do more than simply punish those that use counterfeit or illegal products. Unfortunately, this government's legislation is too focused on punishment rather than promotion. We must be doing all we can to ensure the chances to celebrate our nation are taken advantage of. This might include creating specific logos for small businesses to use to jump in on the excitement and channel the excitement of Australians into other engagements as well. I've long said that when we come to looking at Australia's art and culture and promoting culture, and as I mentioned the importance of promoting culture and cultural institutions earlier, there's also more opportunities for our diplomatic missions to do that abroad. When these major sporting events happen in Australia, you do find a renewed interest in other parts of Australia, and we should make sure that we integrate that enthusiasm, both with the Olympic Games in 2032, as the previous speaker mentioned, but also in other opportunities to make sure that our diplomats are out there promoting Australia and Australian culture. It's got to be more than simply wearing an Australian face mask. We can't continue just to pay consultants millions of dollars to come up with logos and then tell us to slap a kangaroo on something. We should look at some of the exciting cultural aspects we have right now, making sure that, for example, our diplomats, when the unofficial ambassadors for the 2032 Brisbane Olympics are Bluey and Bingo, make sure that our ambassadors are handing out a Bluey or a Bingo as they meet with world leaders. Maybe the Prime Minister could take a few in his suitcase when he travels to Glasgow at the end of this week. And in conclusion, Deputy Speaker, I'd just like to draw your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum present, ring the bells.
Congratulations on your promotion. Wasn't quite how I imagined kicking Ben Morton out of his office, but it's good nonetheless. My decision to make. No, I don't actually. Have you got an speaker on this? Oh, your name is? No, I'm not off next. You're not on next. You're on next. Okay, well then you then. Close. Patrick. Jason.
Quorum present. Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, major events have historically been inextricably linked with tourism on the Gold Coast, which before the pandemic was around about a $6 billion industry, according to Destination Gold Coast. Events like Magic Millions, Polo by the Sea, the Gold Coast 600 V8 supercars, the Gold Coast Airport Marathon, Surf Life Saving Championships, Triathlon, the Bowls. The list goes on, Mr Deputy Speaker. The City Heart Task Force that I convened last May as my local response to COVID-19 has 3 executive members who represent the events sector on the Gold Coast. Adrian Reddings, who's the General Manager of the Gold Coast Convention and Exhibition Centre, who has a long history of delivering stellar business events for our city, including the Reimagine Gold Coast Job Skills and Industry Forum in September 2020, the Gold Coast's first COVID-safe event after the pandemic hit. During the pandemic, the federal government delivered $50 million to support business events, to subsidise organisations for their trade show costs by up to 50%. And of course, this assistance has been incredibly difficult to realise with the ongoing Queensland border opening and closures and now not due to open until December the 17th. I encourage CEOs across Australia to book your business event at the Gold Coast Convention and Exhibition Centre for next year. Get in early, secure your spot to come up to the Gold Coast for, of course, a fabulous event at that event centre. The second City Heart Task Force member is Jan McCormick, who's the CEO of Major Events Gold Coast. And as Australians know, the Gold Coast, and particularly Moncrief, my electorate, has a proud history of events. Southport, specifically the Broadwater Parklands, is where the Gold Coast show is held, and they received $44,440 from the federal government to assist with the event earlier this year. And most recently, just a few weeks ago, the Diwali festival was held at the Parklands, where 2,000 people of Indian origin through Gopio met to celebrate the hope of a new year. And it was my absolute delight to address and support those who attended, along with the member for Fadden. And now Broadbeach also hosts the annual Blues on Broadbeach, and it received $200,000 assistance from the federal government last time it was held to ensure it was a COVID-safe event. And I attended that event, which was fantastic for local business. And of course, the Broadbeach precinct came alive for locals to enjoy music and the entertainment. Surfers Paradise had the new event, Springtime, scheduled earlier this year, and the federal government delivered $1.5 million to support that event through the Recovery for Regional Tourism Fund, Deputy Speaker, and it was most disappointingly cancelled due to COVID restrictions put in place again by the Queensland State Government. The third member of the City Heart Task Force from the events sector is John Howe, and he's the chairman of IEDM, who has been in events delivery for 40 years, Deputy Speaker. His business, since 2008, has delivered iconic events such as the V8 supercar events across Australia, the International Boat Show, the Pan Pac Swimming, Rugby League World Cup, Adelaide International WTA Tennis and Formula One Grand Prix, just to name a few. So you can imagine the difficulty that this business and many others have endured during COVID, trying to find ways to work with restrictions, suppliers and many other challenges that they've faced over the last 19 or so months. And I thank these three City Heart Task Force executive members for their input and their capacity to work with me as Chair to fully inform the Minister for Trade, Tourism and Investment and other ministers about the difficulties in the sector during this period associated with Queensland state border closures, to a lesser extent the international border closures as well. The Gold Coast has a long and proud history of major events, including, of course, the very successful 2018 Com Games that our city hosted. And, Mr Speaker, the announcement of the South East Queensland 2032 Olympics, which indeed is a long way off, but it does represent an historic opportunity for the Gold Coast development across sport, infrastructure and many other areas, a decade before the Games and, of course, a decade after the Games. The Gold Coast is earmarked to host 9 events across 7 venues, of which 5 are in my electorate, and we're thrilled that event is going to be on the Gold Coast, or part of it. The question, Mr Deputy Speaker, is how will this bill affect major events being held on the Gold Coast, at Metricon Stadium or at the Gold Coast Convention Exhibition Centre, or indeed at Royal Pines Resort, for example? It specifically protects sponsorship and licensing revenue from the events being undermined by unauthorised commercial use of event indicia and images under the Major Sporting Events Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014, including the FIFA Women's World Cup 2023, hosted by Australia and New Zealand, and the T20 World Cup 2022, both recognised as, indeed, major events. And as the Minister outlined in the other place, Deputy Speaker, the FIFA Women's World Cup will see 32 teams compete across Australia and New Zealand. It will be the first FIFA Women's World Cup to be held in the Asia-Pacific region.
and the first ever to be held in the Southern Hemisphere. The FIFA Women's World Cup teams will include many of the world's most talented female footballers and showcase international football to diverse audiences in Australia and around the world. The FIFA Women's World Cup tournament is scheduled for July to August 2023, with 5 Australian cities to host the match content. He also stated the T20 World Cup will see 16 of the world's best men's teams come to Australia to play T20 cricket, with potential broadcast and digital audiences reaching in excess of 1.5 billion people from more than 200 countries worldwide, showcasing our country. These T20 World Cup teams will represent the pinnacle of international sporting competition and include some of the world's most talented male cricketers. The T20 World Cup tournament is scheduled for October to November 2022. And the Coalition Government has committed to providing intellectual property right protections for the FIFA Women's World Cup, Mr Deputy Speaker, and T20 World Cup that is consistent with that provided for the Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games, AFC Asian Cup 2015 and the ICC Cricket World Cup 2015. As recognised under the Major Sporting Events Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014, the FIFA Women's World Cup and T20 World Cup present a great opportunity to showcase Australia from a tourism, trade and event delivery perspective. The protections proposed for the 2 events in this bill are essential to building a lasting legacy and attracting commercial partners that will invest in major sporting events held in Australia and into the future. Major events have long been targets of those who would seek to create an impression of association with the event in order to achieve commercial gain without having purchased the rights. This is not acceptable, and event organisers and promoters, Mr Deputy Speaker, and so our government is acting to protect this sector. This type of activity is known as ambush marketing by association. It has a capacity to diminish the value of sponsorship, reduce the incentive for organisations to enter into commercial arrangements with events, and to reduce the overall event revenue, possibly increasing financial impact on the government to support such events. While it's important to protect major sporting event sponsors from ambush marketing, the rights of the community to freedom of expression must also be respected, particularly in relation to words and expressions that have passed into common usage. A pragmatic approach has been taken with generic words and references excluded from the list of protected expressions, Mr Deputy Speaker. A number of exceptions will also exist in relation to the events, allowing for the continued operation of rights and liabilities under the Trademarks Act 1995, the Design Act 2003 and the Copyright Act 1968, a good vintage 68. The provision of information, criticisms and review of the events, such as in newspapers, magazines and broadcasts, and the use of protected indicia and images for the reasonable needs of sporting bodies in relation to fundraising and promotion, and communities and businesses to engage in city dressing and festival promotions supporting the events in non-commercial ways. Now, the new event protections will cease to have effect approximately 1 year after the completion of the events, which is the 31st of December 2024 for the FIFA Women's World Cup and 13th of November 2023 for the T20 World Cup. The bill also removes the schedule protecting the Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games, which is no longer required, and makes a minor and technical amendment to the Sport Integrity Australia Act 2020 to correct the erroneous reference to an article of the World Anti-Doping Code. So, in closing, Mr Deputy Speaker, we on this side have taken the steps necessary to protect major event owners and organisers who rely heavily on revenue generated by television rights, ticket sales, sponsorship and licensing to ensure their event can be delivered and that it continues to be an attractive and viable financial proposition to future host countries and indeed businesses like IEDM on the Gold Coast and others around our country. It is our government who is acting to take steps necessary through this bill to legislate against those who would seek to be associated with major events by spuriously claiming association without purchasing the rights to do so. It is our government who is putting a stop to unfair ambush marketing for our very, very important events industry, particularly on the Gold Coast. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Order. I call the honourable member for Perth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I call your attention to the state of the House.
Quorum present. Ring the bells.
Must have been a busy weekend.
I'm worth 6.
It suits you, that chair suits you.
Well put in, sir. Gentlemen.
Now,
They say very good making yourself well. Yeah.
Quorum present. Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Hughes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Pleased to speak on this bill on major sporting events. I'd specifically like to refer in my speech to the amendment moved by the opposition, number 2, which says, calls on the government to further support Australia's ability to host international sporting events by implementing an effective national quarantine system to ensure COVID-safe travel for sporting teams and officials. Very important amendment, Mr Deputy Speaker, because what we have currently in this country, the Australian Tennis Open down in Victoria over the summer, one of our great traditional events, but the world's top-rating player, Novak Djokovic, has been banned from coming to Australia. We excluded the best player in the world on the grounds that as a professional athlete who survives on his fitness and his health, that he has decided that he doesn't want to make public knowledge whether or not he has submitted himself to a global medical experiment and agreed to be injected with a novel experimental genetic agent. Now, surely that should be his right, Deputy Speaker. But some may argue, well, this puts the other athletes at risk. This creates a risk at the workplace. Well, Deputy Speaker, over the weekend, no less a figure than the Surgeon General of Florida, Dr. Joseph A. Lombardo, MD, PhD, said, I quote, "This idea that these vaccine mandates are needed to create safe workplaces is a complete lie." We also had Boris Johnson, and I quote, talking about the need for mandatory vaccines. He said, quote, "It doesn't protect you from catching the disease, and it doesn't protect you from passing it on." So if this is what world leaders are saying, if this is what some of the most senior medical people in the US are saying, why are we banning athletes based upon their vaccination status? Surely it should be based upon whether they are COVID positive or COVID negative, not upon their vaccination status. And Deputy Speaker, just to show the farcical nature of this policy that we have in Australia, the UK Health Security Agency publishes every week a document called the COVID Vaccine Surveillance Report. Now last week, it was on last Thursday, they published what was week 42. And in that they compared, Deputy Speaker, the number of cases of COVID that are vaccinated and not vaccinated. So the argument is that we have to exclude the world's top-ranking tennis player from a major sporting event in Melbourne, the Australian Open, one of the major sporting events in the world, because we think because he is not vaccinated, he has a higher risk of having COVID and passing it on. Well, let's have a look at what this data actually says, Mr Deputy Speaker. This data publishes, and we know that Djokovic is in his mid-30s, I think 34 years of age. So if we look at the report from the from the UK, the most up-to-date data we have for Europe, the 30 to 39-year-old age group from week 38 to week 41, the number of cases amongst the non-vaccinated were 21,726. But the cases amongst those that were so-called fully vaccinated, that's injected twice, although we know that term fully vaccinated is slippery. It now all of a sudden will mean extra booster shots. But those that have been fully vaccinated under the definition that that's 2 shots were 56,004. So there were more than twice as many people with COVID in that age group that were vaccinated as compared to those who were not vaccinated. But to make the comparison exact, we've got to look at the percentages. And this report also does that, Deputy Speaker. It looks at the rates per 100,000. So the rates per 100,000 of people not vaccinated was 751. But the rates of those vaccinated was 27% higher at 956. So this data shows that those that have been vaccinated actually have a higher rate of COVID infections in that 30 to 40-year-old age bracket than those not vaccinated. And yet we have adopted a policy of excluding those that have been unvaccinated from the Australian Open. This is madness. This is insanity. This is tin foil hat stuff. This is the stuff of superstition and witchcraft, and yet it is the policy of the Australian government to exclude the world's best athletes from this nation based on a nonsense. These major sporting events are so important to our economy. We've got many sporting events that we can track. Athletes from around the world love to come to Australia for these sporting events. The Australian public loves it. But these events in future are being put at risk by a backward, illogical policy based upon superstition that somehow, if someone is unvaccinated, that they have a greater risk than someone that is vaccinated. Deputy Speaker, we are putting the sporting heritage of this nation at risk with this madness, this stupidity, this primitive superstition that we have that has spread through the country. And if we, Deputy Speaker, are going forward, want to retain the great Australian tradition of sportsmanship, we need to end this. We need to all call it out that it is a nonsense. The idea of excluding athletes from this country based upon their vaccination status, their COVID vaccination status, must stop. It is illogical, it is contrary to the science, and it's contrary to the evidence.
Order. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the Honourable Minister.
Thank you. Deputy Speaker.
I call the Honourable Member for Bennelong.
Oh, thank you. I wonder what happened to him myself. Whatever happened to that guy? Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We are a great sporting nation, and our natural sporting nature has given us generations of athletes who have gone on far from natural talent and an unequalled opportunity to play and compete. Bennelong was home to Southport, who started her
Labor's push to back to the %. Hold access. Great news. And I encourage
jet ski. Cannot go.
That will town would ensure
motorised there is nothing.
Agree. Opponent. Aboriginal Health.
Create now seeing health
Up.
Speaker. Australians in the world
Minister has the
for her. The tax. Explain. Now.
Speaker, and out that competitive
to be expanded.
timely reminder that right now Indigenous Australia has been exploring, as recently as last week at the Aboriginal Economic Development Forum in Alice Springs, potential opportunities to unlock the Aboriginal estate and to recall that by 2030 perhaps half of Australia's landmass will be under Indigenous control, and we need to make sure that Indigenous Australians can be maximising their opportunities for both cultural, economic and social self-determination. So there's plenty of that kind of talk in the parliament, but in reality, how many of us have actually lived in a remote community to understand how it works? And I mean, having listened to the member for Barton giving a speech clearly written by someone else and basically read word for word, it's of enormous frustration that there's certainly no reform zeal from the party that has consistently, Deputy Speaker, made out that they lead the way in social policy and in Indigenous policy reform. Quite clearly, the federal opposition, Deputy Speaker, is all about moving the lips just sufficiently to not offend anyone, but to walk both sides of the street, making out that they're defending the needs of those in remote Australia, but also doing the right thing by those in the cities and being seen to be appeasing the bleeding hearts that insist on these terrible generalisations that come out of the left wing, that every young Indigenous person either wants to be a ranger or a painter, and it's simply not the case. So Aboriginal Australia has moved on from the Australian Labor Party, and they're about making the most of opportunities. They're increasingly coming in remote Australia. But before we can get there, we do need a fit-for-purpose social services system, and we don't have that at present. And that's despite the efforts of two sides of government. As an employee of ATSIS in 2004, and arguably one of their last employees, I was paid out long after the organisation ceased to exist as a consultant. I saw firsthand exactly what was going on in education, employment and housing entities, and among other things was reviewing how CDEP worked. And to listen to a Labor Party politician, let alone a shadow minister, talking about CDEP as if it was creating real local jobs and a genuine alternative to welfare is a urban-based Indigenous Australian who clearly has never lived in a remote community to understand how it is out there. And you quite simply cannot expect these kind of outcomes that she describes, a pathway to self-determination, from programs like this alone. What's needed is an honest conversation, Deputy Speaker. We've got 16 close the gap targets, so many that no one can remember them all, and virtually no one in this country wakes up and makes it a mission to close a gap. There's simply too many of them. Now, look, it's fine to have a blizzard of close the gap targets, but it starts off with a somewhat paternalistic notion that they need to catch up to us. I firmly believe that Indigenous Australia can be better than us, that the black brand can be something that the world seeks. This is not about closing a gap, Deputy Speaker. This is about, in many cases, Indigenous Australians, if they haven't already, moving ahead of the way we see the world and exploiting and maximising the opportunities available to them. But what are they got to do for that to happen? Well, we need some honest conversation about the importance of senior men and women in an Indigenous society that simply doesn't exist in the mainstream. We've set up a welfare system, Deputy Speaker, that weakens and corrodes and undermines the senior men and women who should be having more of a say on the ground. This is not about regional and state voices to Parliament. This is about local voices, full stop. Until you're listening to local voices, not undermining them with these individualised welfare models that work very well everywhere else, but don't work in remote Australia. And then we use the overlay of community funding arrangements to cause internecine disputes and squabbles over funding. And we have, supra community groups such as, and dare I say it, very good people in land councils. But as long as land councils are doing the stuff that families need to be looking after themselves, there'll be a constant agency challenge. You need to be honest that the work of land councils, some of it good, some of it maybe not, needs to come back to family groups. I mean, there's nowhere else in the world, Deputy Speaker, where we basically expropriate our own financial services and our financial matters off to another body for which we don't actually know what we own in the body. And it's one thing to use technology like blockchain to identify exactly who trusted authorities are and exactly who owns what, but we don't have that at all. We're simply seeing money funneling across into these other agencies, and rightly, questions on the ground about whether they're working in the interests of individual family groups. there's one message I leave today as we try again for a new set of pilot assessments for a better way of community economic development in remote Australia, be it small, be it modest, and so it needs to be, because it needs to start small and then be replicated when successful. It would be to identify the senior men and women in kinship and clan groups and work with them for a solution just for their family group. There's 3, 4 or 5 of them, however many in a community. That's so many conversations we will have to ensure no one is left out. We need a menu of training, employment and education options for every working age adult and every teenager on their way to becoming a working age adult to give them a solution. And you need more opportunities than there is demand for them. Remembering that, like everyone, we will fail, change our minds and try something new. Well, that has to be accounted for. If you're listening in today to this debate and you're just wondering which side of this green chamber is actually looking out for the family connection to land, this absolutely understood relationship between family and their land and seas, then it has to be a recognition that the senior people in these families need to have more say, but also carry far more responsibility for the conduct of their family members. But the last thing we want to be doing is, as I've said before, Deputy Speaker, expropriating out these kind of decisions to community councils or non-elected bodies or government officials or land councils, for goodness sake. And these decisions need to be with the families themselves, or we are absolutely certain to be beset by more failure. Australians living in remote Australia know it's a complex environment. They don't need us talking about it like we're giving a close the gap speech once a year, particularly from an opposition spokesperson for the Labor Party. This speech would have broken thousands of hearts around the country simply because of the lack of vision, the lack of understanding about how it is out in remote Australia. I mean, we understand in mainstream Australia, having lived in business conditions for 5 centuries, that 2/3 of businesses don't employ anyone. We know that 95% of them fail in the first 2 years. We know that only 1% of businesses employ more than 4 people. Just switching on the business switch alone doesn't solve any problems. It's a series of options that come together to provide opportunities. If you're a young Indigenous person at high school right now in remote Australia, and you could be a fair way from home, I'm challenging you to talk to your community leaders, like the one you just heard speaking before me, and say, what is your plan for my community? Where are the jobs earmarked for me on my country? No, I understand you don't all want to be rangers and dot painters, and I don't dismiss Aboriginal art in any condescending manner. I'm saying that they don't all want to be painters because they tell me that. Young Aboriginal Australians want the full range of economic opportunities. To deliver them to remote Australia takes ingenuity, planning, and making unique arrangements. But I want to say one very clear thing, Deputy Speaker. The cost of a better running system is a fraction of the status quo with the enormous social, housing, incarceration, health and education costs that we currently bear. And Noel Pearson has said that so clearly. There is only a way out of this causal web of dysfunction if people like the member for Barton can actually put the speaking notes down and actually identify in a community where the conversation has to be led, to be guided by senior Aboriginal men and women on how everyone has something to do. As a government, you can't step into the lives, Deputy Speaker, of every family. I know as a doctor, I can't kick a door down to go in and deliver public health. But to have a mature conversation begins with both major parties recognising the failures of the past. I've said already that 27 years ago, I had my first experience living in a semi-desert community in the Northern Territory, on and off for 15 months. 27 years prior to that, just up the road at Dargaragu and Wave Hill, the land was handed back in that symbolic moment with the then Prime Minister Gough Whitlam. And you have to say there's been a few moments since, Deputy Speaker, where we all hoped for change, didn't we? We all hoped that then Prime Minister Kevin Rudd apology was going to make a difference. I've tagged it enough times in things I've said, Deputy Speaker, more practical, less symbolism. I will stand and continue to stand for that in public life and ultimately will be proven correct. No one's saying that symbolism isn't important, but too many of us have used it as cover to get away with not changing anything on the ground. It's hard. There's special interests, divided responsibilities. Money flows in primarily from these social service and welfare payments, and in a single pass, that non-Indigenous dollar shoots back out of the community, usually through the local store, buying goods that aren't manufactured in the community and not cultivating or encouraging any services for those Indigenous people in that community delivered by themselves. What we've created is a unique economy in remote Australia where the residents make no goods that their own fellow residents want to use. They deliver no services privately that anyone is prepared to pay for. And then we're left with publicly funded welfare and imported cheap goods that are dumped into the store as a way of siphoning welfare back out of these communities as fast as possible. In the absence of any value add, in the absence of any vertical integration, in the absence of any multiplier effect, this is the most corrosive economic model we could have imposed on our first Australians. But we've managed to do it, and we give lip service about how we're so passionate about changing it. But we are yet to have, even in one community, save perhaps the Cape York work and the Cape York Institute, one conversation about how we might change that. One conversation that looks forward 5 years, identifies the children in high school or finishing even primary school and says, we are a town council, we are a land council. My job today is to provision for those young people 5 years from now. Where will they work, study, train? How will they orbit out of their community when they need to? How do we account for a culturally safe employment arrangement where should they need to return to their communities, they can? If I had my way, every Indigenous Australian leaving a remote community would have a flight back to their community in their hand to use at any time that social requirements led them to need to return urgently. We have to be flexible around the importance of family in Indigenous Australia, and something in the mainstream we're yet to grasp. You talk to mining companies, we put 20 on, we're lucky to get 3 to show up. We'll start having the conversations about an Indigenous-friendly system that allows these workers to be confident to go to work and stay at work. We've got way too many yellow high-vis vests, way too many payments that aren't being attached to employment.
I call the member for deliberate.
To subject other members to this speech, I call your attention to the state of the House.
Is a quorum required? Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Committee meetings.
You just want me to get my steps up here.
I'm sure that's Chris's actual motivation. It's too nice a bloke.
was going to say we're okay, Fuck yeah, didn't you? Hello again. That's about right, isn't it? There's a lot of water to go.
21, 22, 23.
What about that old Maxim? Hey, close enough, that's good enough.
25.
Bench comes to count at 6. Oh.
Quorum present. I call the member for Bowman in continuation.
Well, thanks, Deputy Speaker. Probably a good time to wind up as well. Look, just to say that this trial, which effectively provides a minimum wage type
Sorry, the member's
employment
time has
payment.
expired. I call the member for Grey. Sorry. Who's on?
Solomon.
Sorry. The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Solomon.
Yeah, good on you, Deputy Speaker. Well, you can't get much more offensive than the member for Bowman, but his behaviour is really something else, and he keeps outdoing himself. I'd like to thank the Shadow Minister, the member for Barden, for her contribution and for setting out in an excellent way our concerns with the CDP, and we will, the member for Bowman and the government can be assured on taking federal government, we will put in place a program that is much more effective than what is currently being done and is even being proposed. However, I just need to probably just say one other thing, which is the member for Bowman asked the question about where are the jobs on communities, he says. Where are the jobs on communities in those remote communities? Someone may want to remind him that he's part of a government that have been governing Australia and responsible for Indigenous affairs and the issues pertaining to this bill for 8 years. So I'm not sure, maybe he should ask his own colleagues where they are and be a bit more constructive if he does think he has any good ideas. Many people have been to remote Indigenous communities. Some are constructive, some grandstand, and I would expect more of a member for Parliament. That's obvious. Now, the seriously flawed CDP scheme has had a massively negative effect on remote Aboriginal communities, and particularly here in the Northern Territory. It has increased poverty, it has increased social harm, when it's purported that it's designed to do the opposite, to alleviate poverty. The CDP's stunted remote job creation because essentially it created a pool of thousands of people who had to work simply to get Centrelink unemployment benefits rather than focus of building local communities and local economies. So much of the work that they did was similar to that already being done by local governments or by NGOs. And in many cases, it wasn't useful work, it was just box ticking, just killing time. You know, just that kind of box ticking, killing time sort of a scheme. And what it really was doing was killing the time of First Nations Australians. Now, it didn't enrich the communities, it wasn't sustainable, and unlike the CDEP program that it replaced, it didn't do those things. but I'll get to the CDEP in a little while. We know that over the last decade, the employment gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians in remote Australia has grown, and the CDP has helped it to grow. Coalition government has known for a long time about the CDP's major failures. After all, it's been 5 years since the Senate inquiry into the effectiveness and appropriateness of the CDP. And again, you have to ask those opposite speaking on this bill, what have they been saying for the last 5 years when we knew how ineffective and inappropriate that this program was? Those opposite, members of the government, only ended the program this year. So now to the new Regional Engagement Program, or REP. I honestly don't think it's going to do much to improve things. So the question is why does the coalition not care about creating real jobs in remote First Nations communities? The Regional Engagement Program is just another disappointing work for the dole scheme. It just repeats one of the major problems of the CDP, which is requiring people to work without proper pay and workplace protections. Those opposite just refuse to admit that we already know that so many people on the current CDP are already trained and will work in real jobs if they are available. We're wasting their exceptional skills and talents to produce local economic development. Again, something the Coalition says they're experts in, developing economies. After 8 years, nothing much to be seen. The member for Bowman even confirmed that in his contribution earlier. The Deputy Speaker, the REP has a supplementary payment which will benefit a small number of remote Indigenous job seekers, only about 200 people. However, about 40,000 of the remaining CDP participants in remote communities will continue to struggle in poverty, with no real change until at least 2024, which is 3 years from now. So this failure of a government, after not creating local economies in remote Australia, not caring to do that for 8 years, having known how inappropriate their program is for 5 years, has put in place this legislation which will be another 3 years of failure if there's not a change of government for the next federal election. There'll be more hand-wringing if that was to be the case about closing the gap targets missed, and so we really need that change of federal government at this upcoming election. A federal Labor government that understands these issues intimately, that cares for these communities, that will work with Aboriginal people and communities to develop their communities, develop the local economies, so that the First Nations people living and working there are able to move out of poverty with that support, working in conjunction with all levels of government and the non-government sector. But we must remember, Mr Deputy Speaker, that we're talking about a federal government with the coalition that doesn't support the Uluru Statement from the Heart. They say they are listening. They say Aboriginal people should be listened to and have things done with them, not to them. Deputy Speaker, the reality is very different. The Acting Anti-Children's Commissioner, Sally Sievers, and the Director of Save the Children, NTWA, Nolene Swanson, recently said that every third child in the NT is living in poverty. So that's from the current federal government's watch. 8 years of neglect, 5 years knowing that CDP wasn't effective or appropriate, and now putting into place a name change that will essentially lead to 3 more years of failure if they are not replaced. What we want, what Federal Labor wants and will deliver in government, is a program that supports First Nations people in ongoing sustainable work, which will cut dependency on welfare and strengthen First Nations communities and businesses. And as the Shadow Minister, the member for Barton, said, it's got to have Aboriginal community-controlled service providers in remote regions to make it a reality, to make it happen. We've known for decades that this is the best way to achieve long-lasting success in this area. It needs to include Indigenous employers who hire people on a large scale throughout remote Australia. We need to use their experience and their expertise, the hard work for what they've done, what they've developed, their experience in this space. Now, recently the NT government launched its new 10-year education engagement strategy. We know that too many children aren't engaged at school and with their education for lots of complex reasons. The NT government recognises a holistic approach. Supporting kids in remote communities is needed, which includes investing in better housing and healthcare and in early education. It also recognises that young First Nations people need to be taught within the framework of their own culture and their own language. A good way to do this, and where the new REP could do something useful, is to tap into the skills of our remote communities and families as teachers for our remote kids. You can also do more in the range of programs, and last week I met with the Larrakia Rangers in my electorate of Solomon in Darwin. And I will, in a bipartisan way, commend the government for the funding they've recently given to the Larrakia Rangers and the Northern Land Council through the Ranger Capability Grants program. We need to see a lot more Indigenous business development. We've got to see genuine commitment to self-determination and community-based governance and support, which will see the economic growth in our remote communities. I want to acknowledge a couple of Indigenous businesses that are doing exceptional things in my electorate. House of Darwin, Sean Edwards. This is a social enterprise. It is a for-profit clothing company who design iconic shirts, hats and swimwear and reinvest those profits into social, they reinvest the profits into social programs in remote NT communities. And that's great, absolutely great work. Another example, which has come up to us from down south, I want to mention it because it is the future, I think, with social enterprises and First Nations people working with each other, with the support of government, they could do so much more. Narramilli, Paul Much Evans, Aboriginal-led non-profit providing support and entrepreneurial opportunities to First Nations businesses and creatives around Australia. They want to create enduring and sustainable economic development. Now, I've met with them and I'm going to assist them to connect with people locally that they can help. But there is a movement here because First Nations people have seen that after 8 long years they can't wait for the government to make things happen themselves. Now, there's been a lot of broken promises from the government. And obviously there is a lot of mistrust. Mistrust of the federal government is undermining confidence in government to help with these issues. And it might suit the current federal government, but a federal Labor government will be active. We will consult as we have been for so many years because First Nations people businesses, organisations know what's needed to get the job done. We've got to rebuild that trust, and we will. I want to see the government show how it intends to work to meet closing the gap employment targets without a real, genuine remote job creation program. That's a challenge I put to the speakers coming up on the government side on this bill. You've changed the name of the CDP, something that you've known for at least 5 years wasn't fit for purpose and wasn't achieving the outcome. How will the name change really create those economies in local communities? We know what we're going to do in government, and in the Northern Territory, it's really needed. In a place, as I said, where 1 in 3 children are living in poverty after 8 years of either doing very little or not doing things with First Nations people and communities, not listening to their statement from the heart. It is well past time that federal Labor's plan for remote jobs is allowed to happen, and I hope it does. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendments be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Grey.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I must say I'm pretty disappointed in the very mean-spirited and negative and overtly political way that two speakers from the opposition thus far have approached this subject. I come to this place...
I'll get over it, mate.
I come to this place as someone who represents a large part of remote Australia, and I work very hard for all of my constituents. The 8% or so that are Indigenous, and I believe that most members of this place, the overwhelming majority, believe in trying to provide a better future. And I think we should be less critical than the way that those two speakers have gone about it. Most of the information that Australians have, and they are of the view that things should be better too, most of the information they have, though, comes from television programs and whatever, and that will have the slant on that particular program will want to give. And you need to approach all of these information sources with caution. For those of us that have been privileged, I suppose, to go into these communities as part of our work, you will realise that it is many-layered, and these are difficult problems. So the problems, the challenges, the opportunities of remote Indigenous population are poorly understood by most Australians, I'd have to say. But the underlying belief that Indigenous communities will prosper if only we offer enough resource to maintain them in a traditional lifestyle, I think is a premise that needs to be questioned by all of us. We supply housing, health services, schools, pretty good standard in all of those things. We could do with more housing, I certainly admit that, but the health services and the schools, the shops that are underwritten by the Commonwealth in most cases, are of good quality. And we provide an income so they can buy food and shelter. And to many, some might say, well, this equals an ideal outcome, that we are providing sustenance for these people to live on their traditional lands and live and I put inverted commas around it, Mr Deputy Speaker, but a traditional lifestyle. But they are living far from a traditional lifestyle. So having provided all these things, we have in many cases actually taken the purpose from their lives, from their culture, their reason for existence, because in a traditional lifestyle they were preoccupied largely with feeding and clothing, finding shelter for their families. Well, of course, that is not the case anymore. In many cases you can see the breakdown of what were their cultures and disciplines within, because no longer do the younger generation need to listen to the old generation on how to live their life and how to apply themselves, because the things that they used to do are really done for traditional purposes now, to try and keep a hold of those things that were the foundations of their societies, rather than the need. So one of the problems we have with many of these remote communities, and certainly the ones that sit within South Australia, and most certainly the most prominent of them being the APY lands, is that they exist in a place where there is a very small natural economy, if you like. Now, the APY lands were handed back freehold, or given freehold to the Yunkanjara, the Anayu, Pitjantjatjara and Yunkanjara tribes in 1981 by the Tonkin Liberal government in South Australia. Historically, well, in European settlement, these were pastoral properties, and at their peak, they probably employed, across that area, which is roughly 10% of South Australia, they probably employed maybe 100 stockmen. And many of those would have been Aboriginal stockmen, I'd have to say. But things changed, and agriculture's changed mightily. And if they were run efficiently now as cattle properties, as they were then, they would probably employ 10 people, maybe 15 at the outside, with helicopters to muster with, and automatic and electronic mustering systems on water holes, and electric fencing, and all the things that we can do now that we couldn't do 100 years ago. But there are over 3,000 people live on the APY lands, and there's 15 jobs there if things go well. The next question is, what is the next role? What is the next job? Well, obviously there's jobs there providing services in health and education, but largely this population is very poorly equipped to deliver that. They don't have the education levels to do so. And so those jobs go to outsiders, to white fellas in most cases. And so this has become a very difficult issue. I don't see any easy way out of it. I mean, my hope is in the longer term that the education system is sound enough that a generation will take the position where, while in this case the APY lands might be their cultural home, it's where they return to for cultural practice, that they will go out and, as Noel Pearson would say, live in two worlds and go and compete, get educated and join the workforce in the outside world, because I just don't see where that natural economy lies in those lands. It would be about 10 years ago, I was the member for Grey, and I was up in Adjournment and wandering around one, I think, Saturday afternoon, and I called into the, I'd say it was the Offices of Aboriginal Affairs there, but these departments change their mind often enough that I don't know I can be absolutely certain that's what it was called at the time. But there was a woman there, she would have been about 35, I suppose, and if she's listening, I don't remember your name, and I'm sorry if I got your age wrong, but I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm just tidying up a few ends here. You know, works out, but I just came in today and I had a bit of a chat. And I said, oh, where do you come from? And she said, oh, I come from Canberra. I said, oh, really? What are you doing out here? And she said, well, I was working in the department in Canberra and I was writing policy. And I thought it might be a good idea if I came out here and had a look what it was like on the ground. And I said, that's an excellent notion. You know, that's good on you. So what do you think now? And she looked at me and she said, I don't know what I think anymore. Everything I thought is upside down out here. All the things I thought would work in Canberra don't work when you get on the ground out here. And that is one of the issues we're dealing with. So she wasn't too sure what she was going to do after her stint in Sojourner, but I do think there would be great value in many more public servants that work in Aboriginal affairs doing exactly the same as she did. So this purposeless existence largely has exacerbated the abuse of drug and alcohol, domestic violence, and let me tell you, it's terrible, crime, imprisonment, breakdown of family. And just as a point of reference on this, we are all, I think, in this place concerned about the level of percentage of Indigenous people in custody. But the latest figure I have is that 70% of those in custody are there as a penalty for acts of violence, mostly against women. And for those who think that these people shouldn't go to jail, I'll ask, well, who protects those that they've been abusing to incur the wrath of the courts in the first place place them in the jail. I'm not saying any outcome is good and that I've got an easy answer, but I think we need to all understand what the real drivers of these issues are. So it's a vicious cycle. It is absolutely a vicious cycle, and that is where the value of a job comes in. And we all know in this place, or we think most of us know, that if you've got a job, phrase we have used often is it's the best form of welfare, but it gives so much more than an income. It gives value in a person's life. It gives a reason to get out of bed in the morning. It gives structure to a person's life. And it's fair to say that governments of both persuasions have recognised the value of a job, and there have been numerous programs. I heard the member for Barton waxing lyrical about the CDEP program, which Labor put into place. And I think hindsight, looking through rose-coloured glasses in hindsight, is not necessarily a good thing to do. The CDEP program was abandoned because there was no viable pathway to permanent work. The problem was people got on CDEP and stayed there permanently. And the attempt of the government was to put a sharper focus on climbing out of that and actually getting into a regular workforce. Now, we are to have another attempt at somehow trying to get the formula right. But I don't say of any side of politics that they've tried to get the formula wrong. I think they've tried to get it right, and it's not easy. These instances and things that I've referred to already demonstrate how difficult this is. It shouldn't be controversial that we're seeing that we are having a genuine attempt to try and make things better for the life of those who live in remote communities. But I do have to, the member for Bruce is in the chamber, I see, but I do have to mention that this morning he brought a motion into this chamber which certainly foreshadowed a future Labor government's intention to get rid of the cashless debit card. And I've spoken to some people in the cashless debit card area, Aboriginal people, and I said to them, you know, that the Labor Party seems now to be committed to get rid of the cashless debit card. And one of the gentlemen, he virtually spat at it. He said, well, what would you expect? And I can tell you there is a large number of Indigenous people in the community who do not want to lose the cashless debit card. But that is Labor's prerogative, and I believe they would be putting that forward in good faith. So I make that point. But what they did not put forward in good faith was the scurrilous, trying to establish a lie that the coalition governments intend at any stage ever to apply the cashless debit card to age pensions. We never have, we never will, and to bring that up is a complete echo of the Mediscare campaign that the Labor Party ran in 2016, when on the eve of the election they were robocalling pensioners and telling them the coalition was going to get rid of Medicare. What a disgraceful act. And that motion this morning, that bill this morning, was a repeat of that performance. It's a complete lie, and it must be labelled as such. So, to move on, what we're doing with the establishment now of the Regional Engagement Program is searching for more community involvement and a bigger focus on skills development to provide a pathway off of these welfare systems into work. We're doing it now with an enticement, a bonus if you like. Word of warning though, word of warning. I've been talking to some Indigenous communities lately, and they're reporting that they're getting more out-of-towners, if you like, people from the remote lands coming into places like Coober Pedy, Port Augusta, Ceduna, and not going home. And when I asked the reason for this, and it was given to me quite plainly, well, because you've taken away the, you've made the CDP or the program voluntary rather than compulsory, and so now these people don't have to go home to actually tick the box to make sure they can get their payment. And of course, so they're leaving houses and families behind and going into the bigger urban centres where they can access alcohol and that is causing great concern for my communities at the moment. So that is a result of a court action that occurred in Western Australia. This bill establishes the new supplementary payment, the remote engagement program payment, if you like, and to participate in a work-type role in a volunteer capacity with a government service or a community organisation. So I'm running out of time here a bit, but the plan is to build skills and to find pathway to a job. One of the things I think has been a very successful program from the government is the government purchase ratios, which has directed government departments to make sure they're buying roughly 3% of their inputs from Indigenous-controlled, owned, operated organisations, and we're getting pretty close to those numbers, my understanding. And I have seen quite a number of Indigenous corporations, businesses get started on the back of that, and I think that is a really good indication of where we want to go. And this program, hopefully, we're going to train up workers to get into those programs. I think it's a good tick. It's one small brick in the building of a large wall, I'd have to say. This program is to be a pilot program, and we are consulting with communities both before, during and after the pilots to make sure we get the right kind of mix for every community. Because at the end of the day, as I said before, we know that a job is the best form of welfare.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for McEwen.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. I rise tonight because we've got to talk about something that is so important, and that is social security and remote engagement program. But before I do, I just want to take issue with what the member for Grey had just told us. It was absolutely misleading to say that there was no privatisation plans by this government. In fact, in February 2016, John Cahill was a bureaucrat who was in charge of a Medicare task force by the then Turnbull government to privatise parts of Medicare. And we already have aged pensioners who are on the Inju card, another card that's been created to line the pockets of Liberal mates. So when they come in here, it should be up to them to be honest and upfront with the Australian people. I know that would be a novelty exercise for them, but it really needs to be done, and we should put on the record that what we heard was in fact untrue, incorrect, and I think deliberately misleading to people listening, that the government never was going down the track to privatise parts of Medicare. It's just factually wrong. And that 9th of February 2016 quotes came actually out of Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. So their own government leaders' words. Now, throughout the 8 years of government, the Liberal and National Coalition have again failed, again and again, to deliver support for those living in rural and remote communities. The barriers to employment facing those living in such communities, particularly for our First Nations people, are significant. And it's disappointing that the government has decided to propose a bill that is so woefully inadequate in addressing the issues faced by Australians living in remote communities. The bill puts forth a plan to phase out the existing community development program, providing a trial for the new remote engagement program, which will increase payments received by those who are part of the program. Labor supports that part of the bill because the supplementary payment which will be received by the trial participants provides a necessary financial benefit to the small number of remote Indigenous job seekers who will be included in the trial. But we must make it clear that the damage which has been done to remote communities over 8 long years of this tired Liberal national government will not be undone by this bill. The government's CDP Institute in 2015 drew intense criticism from us and stakeholders who were impacted by it. Despite the Senate's inquiry into the effective and appropriateness of the program in 2016, it has taken till 2021 for the government to abolish this program, but it won't be fully phased out until July of 2024. That's a 9 years offensive, ineffective and inappropriate program that has done nothing to create jobs or support individuals in remote areas, and instead only served to harm and disenfranchise vulnerable communities. Labor hoped that after such a colossal failure, the Morrison government would aim to institute a program that actually that serve to benefit Australians in remote areas, that created jobs for First Nations people, and it was formed in close consultation with our Indigenous communities. Instead, this bill fails to rectify one of the key flaws of the Community Development Program, the requirement that people undertake work without proper pay and workplace protections. This policy approach reflects the government's stubborn refusal to create social security policy based on what is widely already known, that many people on the current Community Development Program that will be on the new Remote Engagement Program are already trained and will work if real jobs become available. It has become offensive for the Morrison government to continue to suggest that Australians living in remote communities are either unwilling or too untrained to find adequate work, when the reality is this bill fails to address one thing, and that is jobs are simply not available in communities. The new program should do everything possible to support First Nations people in long-lasting jobs. So reducing welfare dependency and strengthening Indigenous business and communities. It must be implemented via Aboriginal community-controlled service providers in remote regions and includes large-scale Indigenous employers in remote Australia. Their expertise should be central to any new program design. The government's program fails in these areas. Once again, the government has failed to address the existing challenge of on-country job creation for young people leaving education. And the new program will further entrench the status quo of the Community Development Program, paying individuals to participate in dehumanising work-for-the-dole activities. Despite failing to fix the real issues facing remote communities with regard to accessing secure employment and meaningful work, evidence given to the Senate inquiry showed that the Remote Engagement Program also risks undermining the existing on-country jobs, such as Indigenous rangers, because of the potential for cheaper labour under this program. The Scrutiny of Bills Committee have further raised concerns about the proposed legislative framework, in particular the lack of clarity on the eligibility requirements for participants and the compliance regime for payment, noting that setting them out in the legislative instruments is giving the minister very, very broad discretionary powers. Even worse, the Morrison government's, some may say, deliberate lack of clarity on this administrative arrangements for delivering the program has made it also impossible for the Australian Human Rights Commission to provide clear advice on the discriminative status of this program. The bill fails to address the key flaws of the Community Development Program, and it fails to provide any clear pathway to employment for those living in remote communities. So we call on the Morrison government to demonstrate a genuine commitment to the goals of self-determination and community-based governance and support the economic growth of rural remote communities. The government has deliberately broken its promise on the Uluru Statement of the Heart, and the First Nations people have a right to be concerned about the Morrison's government's commitment to addressing the issues which face so many remote communities. It has started the promised co-design process by designing the participation payments for the pilots without consultation with First Nations people. The government must act to rebuild trust and meet its commitment under the priority one of the National Agreement of Closing the Gap and deliver co-designed employment services for remote regions. This government's ongoing apathy towards First Nation people and remote communities is a cornerstone of their time in leadership. The failure of these communities stretches far and wide. We have seen the government's failure on remote communities and their inability to ensure adequate access to basic medical service, such as a simple visit to the GP. The government's failure of remote and Indigenous communities throughout the course of the pandemic have been stark as well. Vaccination rates in these communities lag far behind that of many parts of the rest of the country, placing these communities at immense risk as our country begins to open up. The Morrison government's lack of motivation to address the issues facing Indigenous and remote communities is not just a problem, I fear it's a national disgrace. They have proposed a bill which fails to reform key issues of existing legislation in this area, provide no real plan to accurately create jobs and enable self-determination in disadvantaged and oppressed communities. Let me make it clear, this bill is far from perfect. In fact, it's not really adequate. However, in the short term, the payments offer individuals a financial benefit totalling at least $5,200 over 2 years. That will have small flow-on for families and communities. Given the significant poverty in remote Australia, largely because of the lack of economic activity and the impact of the Community Development Program, this bill should not be rejected in this place, but allow the passage for this bill, and Labor will do that. But it should not be constructed as approval. Australians living in remote areas deserve far more than what the Morrison government is offering on this bill. Particularly Indigenous Australians who face many barriers to access to employment, to education, to healthcare services, and so many other aspects of life that we take for granted. These disadvantages are reflected in the quality of life and the life expectancy of people living in these communities. Labor has a real plan to address these issues, to create jobs, to improve social services, to provide social security in a way that respects the lived experience of those we seek to help. The Morrison government talks a big game when it comes to closing the gap and supporting Indigenous Australians, particularly those in remote communities. But this attempt at social service reform is another, more than another embarrassing attempt for the government to launder their image. Real immediate action is needed in order to support First Nations people. We need the expansion of job programs, like the Indigenous Ranger program, that have been proven to work. We need to abolish programs that have demonstrated harm to communities, not just rename them. Labor has committed to ending the Community Development Program, replacing it with real jobs creation and an economic program for remote Australia. Not just the same flawed program with the new marketing label put on by the Morrison government, which is what they are proposing. Working with First Nations people and consulting with relevant stakeholders is crucial to creating a social security program that truly addresses the issues that those living in remote communities face, and it removes the very real barriers to accessing employment in these areas. First Nations people and those living in remote communities deserve better than this Morrison government. They deserve better than an old, failed program repackaged with a new name, which is what this bill is. I accept that we have to support it because any financial gain to those living in remote communities will provide much needed benefit to those individuals, to their families and to the communities. But we cannot for a moment pretend that this bill is good enough. The trial that this bill proposes will begin with 200 individuals. Now, for those on the other side, that leaves 40,000 Australians currently participating in the Community Development Program to continue to struggle in poverty, forced to work without adequate wages, or for the benefits of actual employment, with no prospect for change under this government until at least 2024. What Australia needs is a real plan for jobs in remote communities, a plan to support individuals with dignity and respect through the process of finding meaningful work. The Morrison government's new plan is really just their old plan, a plan that failed, and we need a new plan. Labor has one, and we know that only an Albanese Labor-led government will deliver it. Anthony Albanese and Labor are on the side of our Indigenous Australians. It's not lip service, it's something that we stand wholly and solely for. And the chance at the next election to replace this tired old government that's full of marketing slogans, rorts and rip-offs has never been more important for our nation's history. So, as I said, we're not going to oppose this bill because there is a tiny bit of benefit to a very small amount of people. But it doesn't go far enough, it doesn't deliver enough, and it still does nothing to address the disadvantage that remote community people face. It's not good enough. But what it is a classic example of a government that actually doesn't care, focused more on their next headline than actually doing delivery that brings meaningful change. And we know that Australians, right across this nation, when you give them decent employment and job opportunities, you build up their self-esteem, you build up their dignity, and you help them get out of poverty. Just once, it would be great if the government thought about other people rather than itself. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the amendment be disagreed to, and I call the honourable member for Stirling.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to rise and provide some commentary today about the bill that's before us, the Social Security Legislation Amendment Remote Engagement Program Bill 2021. And some may sort of query, well, why is a Metropolitan Member of Parliament rising to speak on a bill that relates to remote engagement. And look, I've had the great opportunity of living and working in some of our regions around Australia, as has my wife. And when we were both quite young army officers, and before we had kids, we were posted up in Darwin. And part of my wife's role as a member of the intelligence company up there was to travel throughout the regions right across the top end and build networks and maintain those networks for the purposes of information sharing. Quite a wonderful role, Deputy Speaker, and one that she certainly cherished, and I was able to get out into some of those regions myself whilst we were in the top end. One of the things that became quite obvious during that engagement was that the opportunities to access employment are clearly greatly lacking in the remote areas of Australia. And that's where, Deputy Speaker, the bill before us today is absolutely focused. Indeed, employment builds within all of us a sense of dignity and of purpose, a way to give back to society and, of course, to generate rewards for the individual and one's family as well. And principally the benefits here I would categorise as dignity and self-worth. Dignity being attained because we're drawing a wage that allows us to live in a manner which is, for the large part, free of interference from others. Of course, we have a responsibility to pay taxes and for those taxes to be responsibly managed by the governments of the day. But it also then self-worth, which really is achieved as we participate in society, we produce a good or a service that is of value to others, and in so providing that good or service and seeing how that benefits society, that has an intrinsic reward for the person generating that good or service. And the reverse is also absolutely accurate, whereby when we are unemployed or when we are underemployed, it's much harder to maintain that dignity and self-respect. And whilst we may intrinsically believe that this is the case, it's important to note that this is absolutely also backed up by research. In 2011, the Australian and New Zealand Consensus Statement on the Health and Benefits of Work was published by the Australasian Faculty of Occupational and Environmental Medicine. Now, the signatories here reached a consensus on the following points. Firstly, that work is generally good for health and well-being. That long-term work absence, work disability and unemployment have a negative impact on health and well-being. That work is an effective means of reducing poverty, seems fairly self-explanatory since one is earning a wage when one is working, but also that work is also effective at reducing social exclusion, including that faced by Indigenous populations and other currently disadvantaged groups. With appropriate support, many of those who have the potential to work but are not currently working because of economic and social inequalities, illness or acquired congenital disability can access the benefits of work. The Council also agreed that individuals seeking to enter the workforce for the first time, seeking re-employment, attempting to return to work after a period of, say, injury or illness, face a complex situation in which there are a great many variables, and that good outcomes are more likely when individuals themselves understand that there are health benefits relating to work and that they be empowered to take responsibility for their own situation. So those were the comments, Deputy Speaker, that stemmed from the Australasian Faculty of Occupational and Environmental Medicine, but what it also points to is a very clear indication that there are inherent benefits of being in employment. And of course, over many decades, governments have tried different approaches to delivering employment services in remote Australia. And it's very fair to say, and I've been tracking the debate and heard a number of my colleagues on both sides here acknowledge that these programs are challenging and complex and difficult. And indeed, we've learnt that what works in our cities may well not work in our regions and remote areas. And if Australians living in those remote communities face some complex employment challenges, and these are very different to those employment challenges which are faced in urban areas. Indeed, remote areas cover 75% of the Australian land mass, and there are just fewer jobs available in remote areas. In fact, less than 2% of actively trading businesses are located in these remote areas. And whilst this does not exclusively impact Indigenous Australians, it does disproportionately affect that cohort.
Order. It being 7:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. And I call the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've had concerns in the recent few weeks, and that's the reason why I'm speaking tonight about concerns about cuts to the NDIS. And I'm concerned that this government is slashing NDIS plans by stealth. I'm hearing from constituents who have been contacting me by email, by telephone, and have come in to see me, who are telling me of plans for their NDIS that's being cut with no rhyme or rhythm or any explanation. And if this is the case, we need to be extremely cautious about this, because we know that cutting corners to people's disability plans can lead to such shocking incidences as the case of Anne-Marie Smith. Deputy Speaker, it's dangerous, and how dangerous was the consequences can be if funding and corners are cut. It is therefore even more shocking that this government appears intent on watering down the NDIS. For example, documents leaked from the government's new Sustainability Action Task Force instruct staff, and this was leaked by the task force, instruct task to slow down getting Australians living with disability on the NDIS. And that's shocking if that's correct. And the reason because of this is to keep costs down, we've heard. Now, that's just a sneaky way to introduce cuts, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I've, as I said, been inundated in the last few days from people that have had their plans cut, who've had issues with their plan, and it is something that is very dangerous, and it's dangerous to the health of those people, and in fact, the entire family of those people. Deputy Speaker, there's lots of stories that I've heard, and one of them is Debbie, whose son's NDIS support payments were suddenly cut by $10,000. $10,000, Deputy Speaker. He is 18 and is on the autism spectrum, has an intellectual disability and epilepsy. Now, the unexplained funding cut reflects a lack of consideration given to the needs of the child and the parents as the child matures and greater support is needed for social communication and challenges, let alone transitioning to adulthood. Then there's Erica, who received the double shock of having her son's funding slashed and extended over 24 months instead of 12. That means less money has to stretch even further that she has, Erica wrote to me. Deputy Speaker, I received many calls, emails, as I said. Another one is Caroline, who has 4 children, 2 of whom are on the NDIS and are on the respite care program. Their funding is being cut and now the family is struggling. Both children have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder, which can present as an extreme behavioural and emotional response. Respite allowed Caroline, the mother, to have more time to devote to her other 2 children while attending respite was an important opportunity for Caroline for socialisation and interaction outside the home. Deputy Speaker, these are atrocious cuts without any rhyme or reason. Deputy Speaker, I've also been contacted by Tabitha, who told me that her daughter's funding was cut by 50% for no reason. And this is what Tabitha wrote to me. As a result, we have had to cut one of her therapies completely, and it was the most effective one. There was no reason for this cut. She's still under 7 and on early intervention. That is very sad news. Mr. Speaker, these are real people struggling to provide for their children and families with the best possible care and assistance. And the funding cuts introduced by this current government are hurting these families and the NDIS participants living with a disability. Mr. Speaker, how can people who have faith in this government when this government has presided over $4.6 billion being ripped out of the NDIS, people receiving services they don't need and being denied services they asked for, difficult and complicated application processes, 1,200 Australians with disability dying while waiting to be funded by the scheme, tricks and trying to ram through this unpopular independent assessment scheme. Why should people living with disability have anything less but the best as the program was designed, Deputy Speaker? The NDIS is a right and we have all the fight to protect it. I'll continue to listen to my constituents and people using the scheme to ensure that the basic principles of choice, dignity are upheld for Australians living with disability.
This time has concluded. The question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I want to pay tribute to a great historian and lifelong educator who passed away in September. Tom Richmond was born on the 4th of July 1941 at Hornsby. He was the son of Bob and May Richmond, and he was raised in the family home at Asquith. He and his family had deep connections on the Hawkesbury River. From 1861, his great-grandfather Vincent William Seymour began farming in the Brooklyn area. Seymour's dairy farm was located at the site of the Shire's most recently constructed sports field. The field is known as Old Dairy and was officially opened by Tom himself in January 2016 when he bowled the first ball at the inaugural cricket match played there. Tom attended Barker College where he excelled despite being one of the youngest in his year. In Year 12 he was selected for Barker's first 11 cricket. He began his teaching career in 1960 in the small town of Wodenbong, close to the Queensland border. In 1962 he transferred to another northern New South Wales town and taught at Benalbo Central High School. In 1964 he was appointed to Normanhurst Boys High in my electorate, where he taught English and history for 4 years. While teaching at Normanhurst he completed his arts degree through the University of New England. While in this role he involved himself in students' academic, sporting and welfare activities and was a lieutenant in the school's cadet corps. In 1968 he transferred and was promoted to head English teacher at Riverston High at the age of 27. This made him one of the youngest teachers to hold that position. When Galston High opened in 1974, Tom became head teacher for both English and history. While teaching at Galston, he became known as a leader in the field of local history education and took part in curriculum development related to teaching local history. He also took on the challenging project of restoring the rundown sandstone building known as Waddell College on the school grounds. Over the next few decades, Tom had several similar roles at Windsor High, Ku-ring-gai High and Evans High. Tom retired in 1995 due to poor health, concluding 36 years of world-class high school teaching. Tom also coached cricket for 50 years, from school teams to club and representative level. Tom was a member of the Hornsby Shire Historical Society for half a century. In his retirement, he published 5 books: The Brooklyn Federation Village, Love Among the Prawns, Brooklyn Underground, Bar Island and Lower Hawkesbury, and 1906, The Birth of Hornsby Shire. In recent times, Nathan Tilbury has become his key historical collaborator and protege. And in addition to Tom's published work, he wrote various other local histories on the Brooklyn Public School, the history of policing in Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Cemetery and local Aboriginal history, for which he had a huge interest. From 2006, for nearly 14 years, he wrote a weekly historical column for the Hornsby Advocate. Meticulously researched and beautifully written, it was the first column I read when I opened the paper, and I always learnt something. In recent times, Tom created his own regular hard copy newsletter, which he named the Brooklyn Bugle. It presented the history of the Brooklyn area and was distributed locally for free. He gave hundreds of copies of this local history to various community groups. Tom was awarded several prestigious awards, including the Order of Australia Medal for service to youth through sport and education, an Australian Sports Medal for services to cricket, and he was the winner of the Hornsby Shire Heritage Award. Tom's motto when it came to history, particularly his own work, was that history is owned by all and needs to be shared. Tom lived his final 40 years at Brooklyn on the property where his mother was born and which land was acquired by his grandparents in 1906. I met Tom early in my time as an MP. Nathan Tilbury told me that Tom was disappointed I hadn't been to see him and pick his brain about issues and understand what Brooklyn was really all about. I remember that first meeting very well. Tom was so full of stories and so full of information and such a great source of what was actually really happening on the river. We became great friends. And I was honoured at the 2019 election when Tom offered to send a letter to his fellow Brooklyn residents supporting my re-election. All of our community owes a great debt to Tom for getting a greater appreciation for who we are as a community. Tom recently said if I were to divide my life into major sectional interests, I'd place education at the top. Further down the ladder, I'd certainly include local history research. In essence, however, my work in this area has been educational, because my main aim has been to heighten the awareness of the community with regard to our magnificent historical heritage. Tom Richmond was a much-loved member of our community. In his declining years, he had greater difficulty walking and perhaps greater difficulty looking after himself as well. Whenever you would see him, he'd come and drive up to you in his car and then take quite some time to get out of the car and always look a little dishevelled, but that was also part of his Raffish River charm. Tom was a much-loved member of our community and he'll be missed by many. May his memory be an inspiration to his family, his friends and to all those who knew him.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Lilly.
Thank you, Speaker. Public health sits at the intersection of individual responsibility and collective action, two concepts that the Morrison government appears to have no grasp of at this point. Throughout COVID, every state and territory government across the country has made tough decisions in the face of intense public scrutiny and stakes to protect the health and well-being of Australians. And as state and territory governments set out their plans to end COVID lockdowns and open up their domestic borders, we know that our public hospitals, including the Prince Charles Hospital in my electorate of Lilly, will be under increased pressure. To alleviate some of that pressure, every single state and territory government has joined together to write to the Morrison government for the current 50-50 public hospital funding agreement until 2023. What was the Morrison government's response? They accused the state government of extortion. Pretty rich from a government who was extorted by its own MPs this week to agree to net zero emissions by 2050. Just in case the Morrison government has forgotten, taxpayer money is meant for important things like adequately resourced public hospitals, not for paying off the nationals for net zero. The government's refusal to continue this 50-50 funding agreement isn't just short-sighted and selfish. It is an insult to the health workers who have been through hell over COVID for 18 months and beyond, and who will continue to bear the brunt of the overburdened public hospital system when the lockdowns and the border controls end. I call on the Morrison government to end the political games, the finger-pointing, do the right thing and protect the health and safety of all Australians and extend the 50-50 public hospital funding agreement. And I would thank our Lilly health workers who have done such a brilliant job keeping Northsiders safe from COVID outbreaks. As you know, Speaker, the Prince Charles Hospital hosts the COVID ward for Northern Brisbane, so it is our health workers who are looking after our COVID-afflicted patients, and they are themselves the most at risk. We are also proud to host the Boondall Vaccine Clinic at the Boondall Entertainment Centre, host of proud AC/DC concerts in the past. My very first concert, Bling 182, was at Boondall Entertainment Centre, and now it hosts our Max Vax Clinic. Thank you to everybody who has made that possible. Because when I speak to Northsiders at mobile offices and community events, no matter what side of politics they're from, they always agree Medicare makes Australia special. The value of Australia's public health system is no more apparent than after battling a pandemic. It was our public health system that kept us safe. But there is growing concern in Lilly about the Americanisation of Medicare and of our public health system under consecutive LNP governments. Northsiders know that having an LNP government isn't just bad for our hip pockets, it is bad for our health. Since the LNP came to power in 2013, the cost of seeing a specialist or going to your GP for a checkup has become shockingly more expensive. In 2013, the average out-of-pocket cost to see a specialist was $59.70. In 2020, the average out-of-pocket cost to see a specialist was $92.37. That is an increase of $32.67 or 55% in these 8 years of the Liberal National Government. In 2013, the average out-of-pocket cost to see a GP was $27.86. In 2020, the average out-of-pocket cost to see a GP was $39.36. That is a 34% increase in out-of-pocket costs to see your GP under this third-term government. Now, the LNP has dismissed this figure to me as not that much. But if you are a pensioner, or if you have 3 kids who each need to see their GP several times a year, or if you are receiving JobSeeker, that increase takes a decent chunk out of your household budget. And these increased GP costs don't just hit household budgets, they hit our public hospital system too. At the start of October, Queensland was experiencing 4 code yellow alerts across North Queensland hospitals in unison, signalling major capacity issues. And while the Queensland LNP was quick to blame the Palaszczuk government, the fact of the matter is that when people can't afford to see their GP or to see a specialist for a medical issue, they put it off for as long as possible, and that means they end up in our emergency departments. So it isn't good enough, and Queenslanders shouldn't be forced into emergency rooms because they cannot afford preventative health care because of Medicare cuts. Under the LNP, protecting the health of your family will always cost more. I thank the House.
Question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Chisholm.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I would like to talk about a proposed sports infrastructure project in my electorate of Chisholm. The Waverley Hockey Club is looking to expand by constructing a second hockey pitch at Ashwood Reserve. This would mean that the club would be able to better support its members by providing the facilities for its teams, especially the women's team, to practice and play more of their games at home. A central issue that has prevented Waverley Hockey Club and another key supporter of the project, Monash City Council, from progressing further has been that several other local groups make use of Ashwood Reserve. The Victorian Sikh Association is one of those groups, and I had the pleasure of meeting with its representatives, Mijat Singh, Jag Bo, Chand Kera, and Havinder Kaur last week. The VSA is a wonderful organization committed to sharing their Sikh heritage through sports, cultural exchanges, and active community participation. It is also an inclusive group which, despite its natural Sikh focus, welcomes people of all backgrounds to take part in its events and activities. Members of the VSA are justifiably worried about the future of their club and the possibility that they may need to move from their current home at Ashwood Reserve. This is why it was an important development that Council resolved recently to recognise the need to accommodate the group and voted to only consider a project funding proposal in relation to Ashwood Reserve if funding towards the costs associated with relocating the VSA was also received. It is vital that Council follow up its resolution with a detailed report on possible relocation options. This report should be completed as soon as possible. It is also absolutely necessary that it takes into account the views and preferences of the VSA. So I was heartened to see that Council has resolved to work with the group on this matter going forward. I do all that I can to ensure Council keeps its commitment. That the report is completed without delay will be beneficial to all involved. The hockey club can begin to pursue funding opportunities with a clearer cost figure in mind, and the VSA leadership will be able to begin consulting with members to make a decision as to whether they will support a move away from Ashwood Reserve. The broader community, and I know some locals, are concerned about losing access to parts of the reserve, will also have a better idea of what is being proposed. As a final matter, I want to thank the representatives of the VSA I mentioned previously, as well as those from Waverley Hockey Club, particularly Brett Thompson and Drew Ashton. This has been a long and at times frustrating process for those involved, but both clubs have conducted themselves and treated each other with respect and dignity, and I commend them for that. Whatever the ultimate outcome, I can truly say that I am proud that Chisholm is home to these groups. So I wish both clubs very, very good future. Thank you, Speaker.
The question is the House to now adjourn, and I call the member for Fowler.
Thank you, Speaker. On the 10th of October, we commemorated the World Day Against the Death Penalty. On that day, we as a nation and concerned members of the international community reaffirmed our commitment to the ultimate pursuit of a world free of the death penalty. As I've expressed in this place on many occasions, I believe capital punishment is the most cruel and most inhumane response to crime. My opposition to the capital punishment is universal, and it's not just when Australian lives are at stake. The death penalty invariably is associated with the miscarriage of justice, the inevitable consequences being the execution of innocents and the disproportionate execution of the poor, ethnic and religious minorities. Clearly, no legal system is free of error, but the death penalty is irreversible. As long as the death penalty exists, innocent people will be executed. To this end, I'd like to draw the attention to a very significant outcome that was reached only last month in respect to an Australian national, Mr Luke Cook. Mr Cook was arrested, sentenced to death in Thailand after being convicted of drug-related crimes. On appeal, Mr Cook fortunately not only escaped the death penalty, but also had all charges against him withdrawn. Mr Cook happily now has returned to Australia. I'm pleased to have worked on that matter together with Senator Dean Smith, my fellow co-chair of the Australian Parliamentarians Against the Death Penalty, engaging all diplomatic efforts to assist a positive outcome in this case. I specifically want to also acknowledge the tremendous work of the Capital Punishment Justice Project, and in particular acknowledge the commitment and dedication of Australian lawyers Simone Abel, Sarah Cole and Stephen Keim, Senior Counsel. They were instrumental in providing effective legal representation of Mr Cook and preparing an amicus brief to assist the court, which certainly provided a determining factor in this matter. The Capital Punishment Justice Project undertakes significant work in promoting worldwide abolition of the death penalty and supporting pro bono work ensuring the effective legal representation and just outcomes for those individuals facing the death penalty. As evident in Mr Cook's case, effective legal representation was crucial for a successful outcome, an outcome of life and death, which we now know in his case could have went the wrong way and an innocent man would have been executed. I also take the opportunity to thank Australian Ambassador to Thailand, Mr Alan McKinnon, and his team for the support they gave to Mr Cook over his 4-year ideal. I particularly thank the Ambassador and his timely intervention in the days leading up to Mr Cook's appeal. Not only is there room for mistakes in cases involving the death penalty, but I've got to say the most credible research also indicates that capital punishment does not deter crime. In a modern society like ours, I believe there are adequate means to punish offenders for their crimes, but also an ability to assist people with their rehabilitation. The international community has a long way to go towards abolition of the death penalty because recent statistics actually show significant improvement, which shows that 144 countries have now abolished the death penalty as compared to only 16 in 1977. But unfortunately that leaves 55 countries which are actively deploying the death penalty. Australia can be proud of its long-standing and principled opposition to capital punishment, including our whole-of-government strategy in pursuing global abolition of the death penalty. Nevertheless, we have a responsibility to continue to use our various platforms to encourage, to inspire and to support other nations in their move towards abolition. After all, we have a responsibility to work towards justice and the advancement of human rights, and this includes the most important right of all, and that is the right to life itself. I conclude with the profound words of former Chief Justice of the South African Constitutional Court, Ismail Mohammed. The death penalty sanctions the deliberate annihilation of life. It is the ultimate and the most incomparably extreme form of punishment, involving the planned and calculated termination of life itself, the destruction of the greatest and most precious gift bestowed on all mankind. I remain inspired by these words, and I'm proud to be associated with the Capital Punishment Justice Project.
The question is the House do now adjourn, and I call the member for Reid.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Bringing new life into the world is an incredibly positive and life-changing event for many parents. But also, we know that for some parents, the delivery of a baby may result in physical or psychological injury or a combination of both. One of those physical injuries which can occur as a direct result of the birthing process is abdominal separation or abdominal tearing, which can affect 1 in 3 women. Abdominal tearing refers to tearing, stretching or rupturing of the abdominal muscles caused during pregnancy. And women who have multiple births or larger than average babies are more likely to experience this type of injury. It can cause chronic lower back pain and urinary incontinence that impacts a woman's quality of life, her mental and physical health, her relationships and her ability to care for her children. It also impacts the decision to have more children and her capacity to return to the workforce. For some women, it even impairs their ability to lift or carry their own children. Abdominal separation in pregnant and postnatal women is first treated through physiotherapy, where the condition may resolve naturally. However, evidence has shown that this treatment has limited success in severe cases. Recent studies have shown that abdominoplasty surgery has high success rates for this type of injury, but for many women, this life-changing surgery is just out of reach. Some women have accessed their superannuation to pay for this surgery, while others have taken out loans. In some cases, women have had to save for the surgery, which has cost up to $15,000. This time last year, Mr Speaker, I stood in this House and presented a petition which had been signed by over 13,000 individuals. Started by my constituent in Reid, Kerry Edwards, this petition caused to reinstate the MBS item for abdominoplasty surgery for women with abdominal tearing caused by pregnancy, a medical condition also known as diastasis recti. I am pleased to say, Mr Speaker, that late last month a Medical Services Advisory Committee listened to the voices of thousands of women and men across Australia who have been calling for this surgery to again be covered under Medicare. And MSAC listened to the evidence, and it is recommended to the Health Minister that this surgery once again be subsidised. This is welcome news for the 1 in 3 Australian mothers who are living with physical injuries and mental distress as a result of birth trauma. It's welcome news to the women who have campaigned for years to have this surgery once again covered under Medicare. I want to thank the thousands of women who have told me their personal stories. I know this news brings hope and relief to them. This type of surgery in the past has been too easily dismissed as a cosmetic procedure, when in fact it restores dignity and quality of life to women enduring chronic pain, incontinence and diminished ability to care for their own children. This outcome is also a victory on the long path in lifting taboos related to women's health. When we improve perinatal care in Australia, we remove stigmas and financial barriers, we support Australian families and we increase workforce participation for women to the benefit of our nation. I also want to acknowledge and thank my colleagues Bridget Archer, Dr Katie Allen and Celia Hammond for their support of that petition, and for all the other members of this House that added their voice to the petition and to the call to have the surgery covered under Medicare again. But most importantly, I would like to thank Kerry Edwards for her tireless efforts. She was driven by her own experience of abdominal separation, and I hope she has found time to pause and reflect on the incredible outcome of her advocacy. the countless women who will be supported, the new mums that would have greater quality of life because of her advocacy. I'm also pleased to see that the government has made clear their commitment to listing abdominoplasty on the MBS as soon as possible, and I acknowledge the Health Minister on his personal commitment to this issue. Thank you, Speaker.
The House stands adjourned until 12 noon tomorrow.
Okay.